Helps if I unmute. Good work there, Diggers. Nom Nom Fighter, Watto, Katros, Watto! Hello, hello, friends. How you doing? And I don't want to brag here, have chalky digestives. Apologies for the late start today. Gestures to planet. But, got my feeties under me. I'm here now. And while we are going to be breaking from the schedule a whole bunch, I got sent something super weird, and I think I want to show it to y'all. Nom nom, congrats. I gotta say, like, while I don't have the same attachment to the Digimons that I do with giant robots, it's so cool seeing those kits, you know? Oh, lordy, lordy. Yeah, I know. Super action-packed conversation out the bat. Good work, Will. Oh, wait, cool. When are your cards coming in? Because I heard you mention them a couple of times. The weird one that keeps popping up on my recommended is the OG. It's kind of like one part card battler, one part Tamagotchi pet for Mega Man Battle Network. It's not even in English, it's in Korean, but for some reason the internet feels that I need this and it keeps recommending it to me. J-Post Watto! Coming in, coming in. Okay, so the Digimon stuff should be dropping tomorrow. Okay. Edamon Watto! Coming in, friend, coming in. Hey, Shift Watto! Mr. Square Peg Watto, Navalis Watto! Coming in, coming in. Utopia Heart Watto, hello. Hey! Well, I hope you weren't waiting for me, Imperios. Feckin' yo! Watto and welcome! Camille, good morning. Watto! Ehrman, you are still Jarl, yes. How have you used these powers? Ian, Watto to the flaccid yam! Watto, friend, how are you doing? Wolfgrad, Watto! And Nom Nom, thank you for the host. Utopia Heart, this is NSP. NSP's under the covers. It's covers of... Oh, because it's under the... Camille's like, Shark says it's a good day to talk to you. Oh, goody. Oh, wait, cool. Well, Aberios, I mean, cheers for bringing your crew in. Aberios saying was they couldn't sleep last night, so... happened to pop in right as I was ending. Oh, lovely. I was also having one of those, like, sleep's just not happening nights. So to Dead Demise Watto. To Martin Watto, hello. I gotta say, while I've only chatted with him briefly, Dan Everdan, lovely bloke. Mine's been playing some D&D, learning how much a powerhouse a fighter can be. Oh, Dead Demise, I just said, Watto, hello, greetings. Coming in, coming in. So yes, friends, it is lovely to see you all. And again, Imperios, thank you for bringing your light in. It does seem like, it does seem like... Oh, wow, this isn't even out yet. Oh, we got... Wait, no. Did they send us the demo? Wow, sorry. I just did some multi-track drifting there. So, my sincere apologies, friends. So, Aperios, yeah, I've been kind of lurking on your Genshin stuff, and it's real cool seeing you have a good time with it. Deus Huato, coming in. Night Valen, hello. Mecha Noel, what ho, friend. I will say, and I promise I won't lurk on it, but I apologise for starting late today. I let shit get to me that I shouldn't have, but I had to walk around the block and change, and I got my feelies under me. However, while we are changing the schedule up today, we're not going to be getting into Spiritfarer, and I do apologise for that. Again, I want to make sure that when we get into that, we start on time, we get everyone together. I got sent a code for a weird little game, and I'm just checking to make sure that I'm not going to be breaking embargo by playing it today. But it doesn't come out for like 2-3 weeks, and it looks fecking glorious. Oh, Today Demise says, we friends the Game Grumps in this stream? I mean, I got to hang with them when they did their last Seattle live show. But one of their team used to do Hot Pepper Gaming, and I know him from back in the day, so he was like, yo, come on over. And while it is sad they dropped the Hollow Knight run-through, I mean, you've probably noticed from my tattoo and from the top right, I'm a very big Hollow Knight fan. But I do understand it. Last time we had Jesse Cox on the show, he was really talking about how the drastic drop-off from first episode now. Yeah, Mecha Noel, Vernon. Vernon is a lovely bloke. And if he would work less, we could hang out more. But yeah, one of the things that Jesse was talking about is just the drastic drop-off now in how YouTube puts out like long playthroughs. And so if there isn't that engagement, then sadly people have to live it. People have to drop it, and it's real sad. Hey Shift says, speaking of Hot Pepper Gaming, do we have a command for Hot Pepper Will? I don't know, do we? Like, if you want to see me openly weep on the internet, then that's a whole thing. Oh. Dead Mice, thank you kindly for the follow. Anyway. Flaccid, it's lovely to see you again. Aperios, thank you for bringing your crew in. To the rest of you, Watto! Belated good morning at 1:30 in the afternoon. Kandarian, Watto, friends. Captain Stephanie Barnes, head of House Balcony, Watto, friend. Exclamation dog trainer. That's a very different video. Sorry, I guess for Dead and Peeps New, before I started doing all this nonsense, back in the day I was kind of known for one of two videos. One was Hot Pepper Gaming, where I tried to get people to buy a game I worked on, and I ate a spicy pepper. But you have to understand, friends, I had a very British upbringing. I don't do super spicy, and I certainly hadn't eaten like a raw spicy pepper of that caliber before. So, like a habanero for a lot of people is like a good middle of the way. For me, it was a fresh, hot, fiery doom. And you better believe I ate everything apart from the stalk. None of that leave the seeds nonsense. Oh no. And I paid for it. And the other video is I got literally attacked by dogs. So, that's the legacy that I have made so far in the games industry. Oh, so how are you doing, you lovely Mother Hubbards? Oh, and Mecha Noel, thank you for throwing in some tiny bits. While you were all waiting for me to get started, Ruddy, Katros, and J-Post were throwing in tiny bits. So thank you to you both. Oh yeah, Harmonious, they're very good attack puppets. Well, that was the thing. That was why they let us do the video. The agreement was they did not charge us for the asset. So they didn't charge us for their time. In fact, they joked that it's rare to find anyone to volunteer to go in a bite suit. But the agreement was we had to show us hanging out and cuddling the dags after. Because they're trained attack dogs. They're not just going to take your face off for no reason. And we were like, wait, so we get to cuddle dogs afterwards? Reckon, yeah. I had a Waggy lick my face and everything. Vanderbeest, I'm sorry you're having a bad morning, friend. I would love to say I have even a modicum of technical ability, able to assist with unbricking aforementioned laptop, but... And Snuggly Watto! We're not really talking about anything. We just got started. So I was just nattering people's ear off. I got a really interesting game. Like a really interesting game. From Keymailer. And I'm just quadruple checking. I'm just trying to quadruple check that I'm not about to get myself in trouble. But I might have a straight up banger for you all. And Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. Mine says, I do love that I got an email this afternoon for Disjunction becoming available, and seeing as you already own it. Yes. I do own that. Because of reasons. Lamentably, I cannot comment as to why I do or do not have that game. But I do own it. But yeah. Friends. Now, you know what?
Stop that incessant clicking.
Yo! Kaimball, you feckin' ledge! What-o? Apologies for the multi-track drifting here, friends. Sorry, Kaimball just gifted out 3 subs to the crowd, like the old House Carl hunting arrows, like it's no big deal.
Stop that incessant clicking.
And those went to Flaccid Yam, Ninja Falcon, and AR. So all, like, varying supporters of Longshipian nonsense.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Oh, Kaimball. Well, I'm glad I got to chat to you a little bit. I'm so sorry we started late today. That's entirely on me. And you didn't have to do that, but thank you. Thank you. Lovely Mother Hubbards. Okie dokie Lokies. So, aside from trying to work out whether or not I'm going to break embargo by showing you this game, okay, so the embargo says no reviews until the 8th. Any other coverage is okay. Please don't release footage of the last level. Like, I feel like I'd be okay to do this. They do not specify that I'm not allowed to do streaming coverage of this.
Reactor online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems
Hey!
Please don't break embargo, we don't want to see you banned.
Rikami, thank you kindly for 15 months, bleeding Nora. And, aside from just thanking you for hanging out with my dumbass that long, So embargoes, if you're not familiar with them, and that's fine because it's a very industry term. Embargoes aren't legally binding unless you sign something like a non-disclosure agreement. An embargo is kind of like a friendly, kind of like an agreement. So a publisher or game developer says, hey, you need to do your job, right? You need to write a review, make a YouTube video, stream, whatever. We're going to give you this game early, but on the agreement that you'll only show either this much or you won't put anything out on the internet until this date. The idea being is to give everybody kind of an even playing field. There's no legal consequence to breaking embargo, but if you become known as one of those people, then you get kind of pseudo-blacklisted. Now, this has been used to levels of mischief when it comes to like the AAA business. So like, feck it, let's pick on Cyberpunk. Actually no, because I don't actually remember what their embargo strategy was. I'm trying to think of a really good example for a rockin' embargo. And Rikami, it does... okay. With embargoes, the weight of the... Oh, Thelmsby. Okay, yeah, no, that's a good point. Cyberpunk's no console footage, only B-roll we provide is a good example. Yeah, let's pick on Cyberpunk, the little indie game. So what that means is that if you want to create content, or wanted to create content of Cyberpunk before it came out, you had to agree that you would only use either PC footage or B-roll they provided. That's an instance of embargo being used for mischief and shenanigans. Because the thing is, you don't want to piss off the big players. Not just because you don't want CD Projekt Red to blacklist you, but the games industry is very small. If you become known as one of those embargo-breaking Mother Hubbards, you basically just get blacklisted from press lists, press events, content creation lists, etc. So there's a certain amount of power wielded. And the levels to which some of the larger publishers will go to enforce embargo, like some of the Call of Duty events have been held in like a huge hotel, and they'll just fly all the journos in, and they'll have each of them with a room atelier setup and either a developer or a PR handler. Yeah. Mechanoel says, you want to talk about nonsense in the review world? Wolfenstein's copies weren't given out until the night of release. You mean Wolfenstein, Oh, it's a little too early for Danny, don't you know? Need to get a few bevies in my system before that. Are we talking about the New Order, New Colossus? Because Bethesda went with this general feck you journos philosophy, which was great until Fallout 76, and all the journos were like, hey, remember how you snubbed us? We've got nothing to lose by tearing you to shreds. Bacon Avenger, I can't comment on Aliens Colonial Marines. Alnus was saying, wasn't Assassin's Creed Unity one of the don't release reviews until the afternoon of release day? I believe so. Now, that's not uncommon. Like, having reviews come out day of launch isn't uncommon. And that doesn't necessarily... Oh, Mechanol is the first and new Wolfensteins. Oh yeah, no, that was Bethesda's whole, we don't need journos anymore because we're Bethesda. That did not last. That did not last. Aged like fine milk.
Was it the guitar solo? Was it the demons? Yeah.
Oh, sorry, and jumping back to Rikami's point about Twitch channels getting banned because of breaking embargo. Again, if things have been legally signed, that takes it into a different account. An embargo is more often like a pact. But if someone was breaking legal stuff, and the people for whom the embargoes were broken were, you know, Activision, they have significant buying power on Twitch that they could have people slapped on their. They could have people slapped for breaking embargo. Sorry. Alna says, "Oh, but the afternoon was unusual, as a lot of journalists had to be all. We can't tell you why, but please call your jets and pre-orders here." Yeah. Anyway. Mechanoel, we're too big to fail, says Bethesda, hiding the mangled remains of the Fallout franchise. 4 wasn't awful. It wasn't awful. And, you know, it tried for a few interesting things. Most of my gripes with that game are teeny tiny little ones, or, like, narrative beats that fell out of step. Fallout 76 is... Oh, my word. Like, sometimes, when I'm drinking by myself, I'll sit down and rewatch the abridged history of 76 from its announcement to launch to post-launch. God. Bacon Avenger says, back in the Hawken closed alpha days, I saw someone get their Twitch channel shut down in real time for streaming it. Whoa. See, now that might be against the EULA of the game. See, when you download certain demos or pre-alpha builds and things like that, there may be something in the EULA that you agree to in booting that says you will not record and stream this footage. So, I'm not saying that... Okay, I'm not saying that anyone is wrong on this one. It's just the ways in which teams will go to protect themselves early is pretty strong. And on the one hand, don't be crushing people's channels because they broke NDA. But on the other, users are very fickle creatures, and they will take some of the first footage they see of a game as the baseline of expectation. So if someone on a potato computer starts streaming what should have been the NDA'd alpha of your game, and it looks like, well, a series of potatoes, that's the images that will carry through for the rest of your campaign. And you then spend the rest of your game's marketing time trying to be like, no, we didn't make a game about fighting potatoes. It's actually a deep, meaningful... Okay, you're sharing the potato thing again. I can't... How many times do we have to say this is not a... Okay, cool. Do you know what I mean? Sorry, Alnus was just joking with, after Cyberpunk, the next Bethesda presentation, be Todd Howard come out on stage and go, not so fucking easy, is it? Nah. Todd Howard would have skipped the 2020 Bethesda presentation regardless, and then he would have shown up this year, as in 21, and they'll probably do a big next Elder Scrolls media push. It's probably still years and years away, but I think they're going to use the next Elder Scrolls title to kind of like, don't think about Fallout 76, don't think about it. We fixed it, everyone loves it now. And as soon as someone's like, well, actually seems like there's still a lot of new Elder Scrolls. Okay, Todd, I get you, buddy. We're excited for Elder Scrolls, but what about new Elder Scrolls? Look at it, it's big on screen. Andrew WK is over there, big screen. So Lecter, this is the NSP cover of, and so far has been DM safe on the regular. But if there is, never mind. What are we talking about? Oh, Vanderbeest, Super Potato Fighter Alpha. Like, I know what I'm doing here, people. I know what I'm doing. So far, the only muted music we've had in months was actually from one of the itch.io titles, because they bought the music from one of those paid libraries. But all those paid libraries, you get a limited license when you buy the music, not a full license. and the replaying of the game is outside of the remit of that license. So yeah, it's actually more risky playing itch games than it is than playing Ninja Sex Party. Go figure. Oh no, it wasn't Dear Game of Perios, it was the Dinosaurally. Mecha Noel says a heck. Thelmsby, I think they will. Now, how Bethesda structures their next big presentation, I don't know. But I expect it to have a heavy Elder Scrolls focus just to kind of get a nice big gap between 76 and like the start to hype. Because they're going to run a monstrous hype campaign on that. Now, everyone was very shocked with Fallout 4 because they only did a 6-month campaign on that. Like, they announced it 6 months later that it was out, which is shocking. Because what was it? Ardoon? Nothing's going down. Well, so we were talking about embargoes and press nonsense and things like that. Because basically, alright, you know what? I'm going to show you the game because whether or not we decide to stream it today is entirely up to us. I've got like a little short list of games. We're not going to be doing Spiritfarer today, but I got a ton of interesting titles. Now, I got a code through for this, and this is Speed Limit. And if you have a look at the quick trailer, you don't even need to put the sound on. If you just have a look at the first quick video trailer, you will see immediately why I want to try this. Kimball says that they remember the Alien Isolation marketing stuff was about a year. Those guys went all over the world to push the game. Oh. And that was an intensive year campaign. Snuggly says, I know it's a cynical capitalist ploy for brownie points, but the Elder Scrolls 6 hype train is absolutely going to work on me, and that's fine. Like, I'm not talking about these things in a manner of, oh, how can anyone fall for such a hype campaign? Because not every title that gets hyped to the high heavens is bad. I mean, feckin' hell, I was there with Skyrim's live-action trailer and multiple collector's edition, and it's a feckin' Halo Reach. Jesus, Majiminy. And while sadly it didn't sell as good as it was, Titanfall's hype campaign, for one press event, they actually had cosplay parkour folk leaping around one of the demonstrations. Mecha Noel says the Norse Magic the Gathering set dropped today. I'm avoiding the physical variants.
I was trying to come up with a bad 3 punt today, but I couldn't. Instant.
Pun Spectre, you feckin' legend.
He's brought the mermaid filet mignon, Brian. That's a clearly superior dish.
Oh, Pun Spectre, and thank you for 200 bits, friend.
Wow, that was fast.
So jumping back,
Trying to hop over and tell
as Kyle was mentioning the Alien Isolation marketing campaign,
me to a hospital, please? No.
the campaign doesn't necessarily start at the same time that you announce or tease a game. Oh, Yakuza 5, 4, and 3 just came out on Steam. That's cool.
This is a message from the battlefront.
It's a good day for games.
Sir Daniel Sexbag.
And I'm gonna wish list them out of order, just to annoy future me. Sorry, Will being easily distracted there.
Woo 69k point warning from Unavile, D.
Okay, firstly, thank you again for the 200. Secondly, nice. Mine already got, I can't pronounce it. It's Olija. The gorgeous Devolver Digital pixel running Run and stab. Kestrel Watto. I'm feeling better. I fucking got over myself. I went out, had a walk, got some air, and here I am. Also, Journey to a Savage Planet got its Steam release, which I'm very curious about. Oh, and J-Post, thank you for the 100 bits, yo. Kimball, go get some sleep, friend. You know I can natter about all of this until the cows come home. Or until the cows decide that they're finally moving out. Go and strike out on their own, move into a small little bedroom in a large house, and begin their personal journey towards, I don't know, whatever it is that cows do. Spooky ghost! Well, whoever that spooky ghost was, thank you kindly as well. But yeah, so what started this whole conversation is basically I have been offered an embargoed key for a game called Speed Limit. And it seems to, I'm going to drop the link in again because some new peeps have got in. It seems to violently throw itself between a myriad of classic 16-bit games. Like, with reckless abandon.
Boobs. It's the I like the boobs more. I just realized.
And I'm totally down for this. You know, as someone who obsessed over Contra Hard Corps.
Okay, one last pun before I head to Magic Night. I named my 2 dogs Rolex and Timex. Dare my watchdogs.
Pun Spectre, bravo, bravo! Thank you kindly for both the joke and the 200 bits, friend. Everyone's like, no, that is enough, stop. So yeah, so what started this conversation about embargoes is I've been offered a key for this. The embargo states, embargo, please refrain from publishing reviews until February the 8th, because this game comes out on the 15th. Any other coverage prior to that date is entirely welcome, although we would appreciate if you didn't release video footage of the last level until release day. So, by the letter of the law, I'm fine. And so long as and whether I choose to respect their wishes, which I would, I could give it a start. And that's the long and short of it. That's what got us chatting about embargoes and all that stuff. Stammering Gamer, it's the one I just linked above. Vanderby says, is there a warning of which is the last level? I think that's one of those, we wouldn't know till we got there. Oh, well, good news, Stammering Gamer. I still have it on Quick Drop. So that is one title we can do today. I was tempting... It's very tempting to jump into that Devolver game that I can't pronounce and just get weird. Well, I not so much get weird, it just looks real pretty. We're definitely not starting a Yakuza game today, that's for bloody oh. Aperios is saying it's pretty wild too. Oh god, and I wish I was a good enough individual to play the Dyson Sphere program whilst nattering to you all. Delsby's like, you could totally start Yakuza 0 right now. I could. I could also crush what little gin we have left in the house. Get wonky at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Is it an advised maneuver? No. Mine's like, all I know is you find a spear and then you die. Oh, it's got this gorgeous kind of like Final Fantasy 15 teleporting spear attack thing going on. But like I said, failing that, I've got a nice little list of titles that we can jump into. But I wanted to hang out and chat with you lot first. Because I can. Because I can.
You know, Ninja Brian, it's not enough to just be the world's most amazing lover. You also have to be a smooth talker. Well, of course I know how to talk to women. Give me a delicious groove.
Thank you, Jenny. Thank you, Danny Sexband.
Take my flying diddly out and slam it in your thumb. That's right.
God, I do also have a super, super weird game that we could do, but I don't know if it's... I don't know about you lot. I don't know if I'm ready for super weird. You know what? I could try and explain this game to you. Again, let me just show you the Steam page of it. Kessel's like, name. Name! Like, these are the kinds of levels of weird that I keep, like, lying around. Also, it's now got co-op, which is fucking rad. I'll let you all have a quick... Mechanoel, this is Smooth Talking by Ninja Sex Party. Cash's like, Will, what is this? You know as much about this game now as I do. Arden's like, hard pass!
Here we go, baby. Now it's... Oh, wow, a guitar solo too, alright.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Ardun that this may not be one to get into today, but I don't know. Maybe I'll Aperios. Maybe I'll drag you along on a weird adventure one afternoon and be like, "Hey, want to have an existential crisis with me? Let's do it." Mine's like, "Sure, get into the weird Eldritch roguelike." Hey Paris, I do like me some weird. I'm glad I can help indulge that for you, friend. Anyway, sorry, it was me nattering left, right, and centre.
She's probably just going to think about it. Well, if you need me, I'll be in my chambers. Snubbing my own gank!
God darn it, Ninja Sex Party, how are you so wonderful? No. Also no. No. Yes. So Paris is asking if I played Post Void on stream. I don't believe I played it on stream. It's a little too lights and flashy, a little too fast, I personally felt. And since Sadlin crushed my high score on it, I've been trying to catch him up. Wandering Gamer, what-ho? Mechanoel's going to lurk while doing more Magic the Gathering theory crafting. I mean, what's there to theory craft about? It's a whole set based around Vikings. It's all awesome. Sorry, what were we nattering about? Oh yeah, so it was the embargoes thing. Aside from that, like, the games industry is a tad calmer than yesterday. According to Epic, users spent over $700 million last year on the Epic Store, which is terrifying. I guess no one's surprised on Hatch. Do you know how sometimes you make an industry prediction that turns out right, and it doesn't feel good? It just kind of feels a bit sad. Ninja Theory's Bleeding Edge is kaput. And I hate that I was right about it, do you know what I mean? Personally, I had no interest in the title, so I'm not losing something, but it was... Okay, sorry, if you don't know, Bleeding Edge was Ninja Theory's attempt to do like a 5v5 pseudo-brawler, kind of like hero fighter game. And during E3 Bowl, where it was announced, like, we did comment that, you know, the studio that has finally risen to fame by creating, like, tight, emotional, single-player experiences is now going to make a multiplayer hero game. And, yeah, after 10 months, it's toast. And... according to the stats put forward by PC Games N, it had an average of 9 players. That's just enough for one match. Sorry, it was a 4v4. Katros, when did it release? 10 months ago. Yeah, well, Katros, aside from the big push around launch, it just... the big push around announce and launch, it just drifted into obscurity. And I think what irks me about it is that even someone like myself, you know, currently pretty removed from the industry, vague understanding of like the business and trends of how games are bought and sold, could see that no one wants more hero-based multiplayer games or hero shooters. Overwatch has that market sewn up, and any title that comes forward has to be better than Overwatch, or present a concept which is different enough. So, like, Rainbow Six Siege has managed to find its niche very well and make a sustainable community, which is great. But the thing is, so many others have died by the wastelands, and it's not hard to see. And yet, still, Ninja Theory went into this. Now, in the past, this would have been a big old worry, because Ninja Theory was an independent developer. Now they've got Microsoft money. But that then means that this game was doing so poorly that even Microsoft's Infinipockets went, oh no, no. Put that baby in a basket and float it down the river because it is done. Sorry, it was a very dark analogy, but I've been rewatching Dororororo, so I'm sorry. Oh, Reality-o, what-o? Katros, oh no, Microsoft are absolutely going to keep them. But Microsoft did not buy Ninja Theory for a 4v4 unsuccessful brawler, so they're okay. They might lose some staff, which would be sad. I don't like hearing about people in the industry losing their jobs, but what irks me is whoever made the decision to make Bleeding Edge at a business level was wrong. It should not have gone to market. They should have killed that before it launched, redistributed those funds. They could have spooled up a second single-player title with the resources that went into that. But on the plus side, like, we've got the follow-up to Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice, which I still don't know why they keep calling it Hellblade. I guess an overhang from the old style of games. They've got their bizarrely realistic, escapey-ish room game coming up, which I forget the title of. So it's not terrible bad. Ardoon says, does anyone play Overwatch anymore? Gave it 6 months and never looked back. It's still doing gangbusters. I missed the initial comment on Mixer, but Deus is right that Mixer wasn't a Microsoft developed product. It was originally called something. Oh no, I keep thinking of Bleem, but Bleem was the bloody emulator. It was an externally developed product that Microsoft bought and rebranded. It was never... was it going to be a Twitch competitor or not? I can't speak for like Microsoft's
Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. I'll just be over
Was it
here.
Alnus? Was it Beam?
Duckling riding on the back of
It was Beam. Okay, so Alnus Katros, thank you.
He's wearing a tiny hat.
But it was purchased to move into a market, which Microsoft has done throughout the years. You know, if you look at least in the gaming space, things like, I mean, hell, the initial Xbox was never... It wasn't put forward initially to be a PlayStation slayer. It was put forward to move into a market that they'd already been dabbling with when they'd made discussions with Sega over the Dreamcast and stuff like that. So, I can see it. Oh, our dude was asking specifically about Longship people. If any of you do play... okay, well, because I'm not so... honestly, having to deal with the before time stuff killed Overwatch for me. Like, I've gone back a couple of times and had like a good night with like Ket and a couple of people, but I've had Overwatch uninstalled for a very long time, and it's probably going to stay that way. Nightmare said Discord should have an Overwatch group, right? I mean, if there are Longshipians that are playing and want to team up, fair can go for it. Right now, everybody's crafting their minds, which is lovely to see, by the way. I know I haven't been in, but I've just been quietly looking at everybody's screenshots of what they've been building, and it makes me smile. Stooge hasn't touched a Blizzard product since the mishandling of Warcraft 3 Reforged. I know. It should have been so good. God. Friends, the strange thing is that there was a time when Blizzard was seen as like the greener pastures of the industry. Blizzard was the place where developers went and stayed for their career because of how they treated their staff and the creativity they were allowed to enact within their own projects. Those aren't the times anymore. I've known a lot of people who've left. And a few of them have been like Sword and Shield owners who've left. They probably don't do it anymore because Activision's probably bled them of all sense of fun and identity. Wow, God, I am snarky today. I'm so sorry. That came out really bitter. What used to happen was at certain milestones in your tenure at Blizzard, you'd be given a sword and then a shield. And the idea was each year they'd produce a different style of sword, so no two people were meant to have the same sword and shield, things like that. I don't know if they still do it. But, I mean, it is why I really respect teams that can resist the urge to bolster their staff into the thousands when they have a successful hit. We were chatting about this in the gig the other night. Did you know that there are still only 22 members of staff in Supergiant? 22. That is feckin' tiny for a game that has taken over the world. Like, I won't go into any Hades spoilers or whatnot, but because I'm pretty sure Lex is still lurking. But like, a team that size making a product of that quality, holy feck. Jumping back in. Strags was saying they would have been fine with Warcraft 3 Reforged failing if it wasn't that you can't play the old version. Point. Night Veiler says, didn't they fire a lot of Sword and Shield people during the most profitable year? This is what makes this conversation so difficult. It's like, which bit? But Neo Shadow says, it's a publisher, not a developer, but I'm still amazed at how small Devolver is. Yeah. I mean, they are the poster child for the boutique publisher. You know, they choose their titles very specifically, and they pick their portfolio very carefully, and they market them very specifically. And I'm always incredibly impressed by how they do. Mine says tieback. Olija. All right, whatever. The fancy game we talked about earlier was made by one person. We could do that. I don't think I have a key for it though. I'm not usually quite so what's the term? So casual with elements like this. Stammering says massive developers do seem to be struggling in recent years, whereas smaller ones are thriving. I mean, it's one of those, like, survivor bias is the wrong term, but when giant publishers and giant developers are doing well, it doesn't really get discussed. Like, if they're not having problems with crunch and the games they're making are good, no one really talks about it. We've talked about it a little with Ubisoft, how there are certain studios within Ubisoft's branch that do great, and there are some which are dumpster fires. And you don't really hear about the good ones, you hear about the dumpster fires, because there's no news story in developer makes game without destroying its staff. Game is real good. Do you know what I mean?
Was it the murder thing? Yeah, I thought it might be.
Ardoon was adding, Warcraft 3 Reforged is the last game was released under that management. So now the studio heads to be the head of Activision's remake studio. They're the team that made good things. Yeah, well, God, this is where it gets confusing, right? Now, Stammering Gamer, I've talked about this a lot because I'm personally against it, but I understand why it happens, which is the Battleship game development method. So let's say, friends, we want to make... God. We want to make a action Viking MMO. Like, we get a team together, there's like, what, 50 of us? So let's say we get a team of 20 together. But a project of that scale is too much for 20 people. So we scale it down. Maybe we make like a single-player action adventure, or maybe we make like a tight narrative focus with pieces that could be taken forward. And you know what? Our Viking game does good. It does better than we expect. So then we're like, oh shit, we've got money coming in. What if we do this a little bit more? Let's hire a couple more programmers. Let's get some more people in art. We'll get a couple extra designers. We'll increase the scope. And then we make our follow-up with the idea of slowly working our way up towards this perfect title we wish to create. But we've just, even though we've only hired like 2 people for this department, 2 people for this department, we've just gone from 20 to 30. All right, well, let's make another game. Holy crap. The follow-up does gangbusters. We're talking millions of units. Brilliant. Let's hire 100 people. Let's start grinding on that MMO. Let's start bringing it together. Okay, an MMO is not a good project because, as we all know, they are notoriously difficult to make a return on investment in. But the 20 of us has now grown to 120. And assuming we released multiple titles, each discipline within our studio is still going to be struggling. There's still going to be always more work to do than we have bodies to do it. And people are the cost of games. Like, there's nothing else in the sphere of creating games that comes close to the cost of hiring a person. So the more people we have, the more we are spending. But then we make bigger games, and the bigger games sell more, or at least they need to sell more, because our break-even is now so much higher. Oh, Ardoon, I'm entirely in agreement. Sorry, let me just finish the thought. It's called the Battleship game development theory because as the ship gets bigger, you need more fuel to keep it going. Yes, it can do more damage, but just the sheer amount of maintenance and people and resources to just keep it going is inordinate. And also, its flexibility, its movement is reduced every time you increase in size. You can't pivot a whole studio of that size. If we wanted to suddenly start making emotionally charged dating racing games, we have 120 people who've just spent the last 5 years making very specific Viking nonsense. They can't all just suddenly shift onto sexy cars, you know what I mean? Anyway, it ends up killing a lot of studios. Almost like that whole thing with, I think it's crocodiles, that just keep growing until they can no longer sustain themselves on enough food and keel over. Now, what Ardoon was saying is, Thor's philosophy is keep your teams the size of a D&D party, and I really agree with that. One of the reasons why I joined Dean's team in New Zealand at Rocketworks, and he's talked about this publicly, so I'm not breaking any NDAs, was the idea of having multiple teams of that size within one studio. So you have the support staff, you know, like HR, IT, marketing, all of that stuff, but you have multiple titles within. And I've always liked that idea, because with that, you mitigate the you mitigate the risk per product. Your 5-person product doesn't have to make break even if the other 3 do, if you know what I'm saying. Anyway.
This isn't sexy at all. And this robot sign says human touch has been outlawed.
Dune says, I'm allowed to push the analogy. I'd rather the carrier development method. Big company launches products as fast as they can. No one's... Okay, I know I was talking about it with Rocketworks, but... Like, at current, Rocketworks has only released 1 title. I don't know the situation there. I couldn't comment on it. With the idea of having a big company launching lots and lots of little projects, that would be ideal, but no one's really made that work. The closest we've got is how Microsoft's currently buying small teams. But that's to kind of... That ties into their strategy with Game Pass and other elements, so... Stammering says, isn't that what Valve wanted to do? I assume at one time. At one time, they were very keen on being like an internal development team and doing loads of great stuff. The problem is, though, much like an aircraft carrier, you need to have a very clear chain of command. You need to have someone being the grown-up. And if we look at Half-Life Alyx, like, they bought Campo Santo and brought them in and basically sacrificed them on the altar to make Half-Life Alyx come forth. They brought a functioning team with its own dynamic in, and we got a full game out. The technology had been developed internally, but no games had made it from. Stammering says, I'm kind of hoping that Alyx, the engines are starting to rev up again. Me too. Sincerely hoping, but...
Ninja Brian, look at that girl with the sad eyes and the beautiful blonde hair. I'm immediately in love.
Actually, so friends, at what point are we going to just declare Half-Life Alyx clear for spoilers and discussion? Because... God, I feel like I've been holding my tongue about its narrative beats and its impact quite a lot. Aside from doing the video with the video about the North Star Hotel, which doesn't even spoil anything. Prop says Valve's also changed their management style as well. It has. Studley says when VR is affordable. Cat Exile, it's been out. It'll be a year. March, right? Well, I will say that I'll only get stuck into it if we're all in agreement. If anyone wants us to not go into Half-Life Alyx spoilers, I will entirely understand. It's not vital to the conversation anyway. Though I will say the club sandwich conversation is some of the greatest writing in video games to date. And the North Star Hotel, like, the reason why I did that video was because it's so good.
Oh, hey, J-Builders, how's it going?
You two are fucking dead!
So it came out March 23rd. Okay. I mean, it did help that the club sandwich conversation was delivered by Rhys Darby, who, while known for being a kind of New Zealand comedian, is an exceptional actor.
It's over, Danny Saxbang! The time has come! But first, we're gonna take care of your ninja friend here!
And so Bacon Avenger was saying that, from what they've read, Gaben's saying that Alyx did get a lot of their team pumped to make something new, which is cool. And Stammer is saying that after Alyx, they feel like they're setting up for... looks wistfully into the distance. I would love to see that. And
Take care of this world for me, my dog.
I'm still in a mood with Gaben, so I'm trying not to let my personal feelings color the discussion. I'd love to see Valve spool up back into being a development hotbed again, but it has been a very, very long time. Now, if I was being my fresh-faced idyllic self, do you know what I'd like to see him do? Buy 5 local teams. 5 local small teams. Go from there. Like, Valve make so much money, they could keep like a development R&D team going until, checks notes, the end of time. Now, this is where I say someone needs to be the grown-up, because what I believe Ardoon was talking about with the carrier method. See, giving small teams safety and autonomy is good. However, and I say this with love and respect, very few developers, when left to their own devices, would actually release their games. It's just the nature of game creation. You know, perfect is the enemy of good, and perfect is an unobtainable state in video games. It's just not obtainable. And so, when given a small R&D team within a safe company, without someone being the grown-up and being like, you have a year to make a title, and you are being held to that, or you have pitched us an idea, we are giving you 2 years to make this, and holding them to milestones, pushing them along, those teams will work ad infinitum. They'll continue to add, improve, change, pivot. Little features will get worked on until the end of time. And now I can't say this with any authority, but from my experiences in with flat structure environments, I genuinely think that's what's killed a lot of these Valve games. It hasn't been like, we couldn't make it work, and it hasn't been, we don't want to make games. It's been like someone like going off on a 1.5-year tangent to make this teeny tiny piece of tech, which is rad, but it just goes away. Oh, and Katros, I wish I could remember Yahtzee's quoting on that one because I quote it all the time. Sorry, Katros was saying, the perfect game is the one that's never released. And as someone with multiple unreleased games under their belt, oh my word. An unreleased game has no bugs. Every feature is implemented and works exactly how you imagine it will when the user plays it. Oh, sorry, jumping back, Strags was like, nod. Yeah, I mean, Strags, you don't need me to tell you how, you don't need me to tell you that. I just felt it was good for the framing of the conversation. MDH says, I would like to say that Valve's developers, while having done something great with Alex, aren't necessarily going to be able to make amazing games every time. Well, I mean, or make games every time. It's the first in-house game they've released in donkey's years. I was shocked when I found out my Valve All Key got me a copy of it. Alna says, Alex reminds us that they don't have to upend entrenched giants with business models like they're trying to do with Artifact. Artifact, the one time where Valve's modesty would have been ideal is the one time when they went for a massive hype campaign. Like, I've still got my Artifact t-shirt because, okay, and this is just a little piece of, like, I don't know, like a little bitter flag that I hold onto sometimes. But every now and then I put that shirt on and go, the Longship has outlived Valve's Artifact. And it makes me smile. Because sometimes I'm a petty asshole. Okay, last check. Does anyone wish to avoid Half-Life Alyx spoilers? Because there's a couple of points here I want to jump on. But otherwise we can move it off of Valve onto another topic. Wondering saying the only reason Valve keep Team Fortress 2 alive is because people seem to keep money on it. Well, yeah. I mean, that's how multiplayer titles survive. Multiplayer titles don't die because people stop loving them. They die because it ends up... Once it reaches a certain point, the number of users on a multiplayer title costs more than the game is making back, and you just have to be like, nah, this ain't worth the servers. Like, there are enough people playing and spending money on Team Fortress 2 that it's hit this level of sustainability, which is so very rare in our industry. Would I like to see a Team Fortress 3? Yes. Would I like to see a revamp and a return to Team Fortress during its glory days? Feck, yes! I still watch Meet the Sniper as the gold standard for like an asset you can put out. I will... Oh, what was the lengthlier one they put out? Feck. Recently. I occasionally watch that to remind myself that I'll never be that funny. Oh, sorry. Martin's gonna make a move. Saying, no, but I want to sleep. Martin, have a lovely rest of your evening. Yeah, MDH. I have done nothing but teleport bread for 3 days. This is a bucket. My god. Wait, there's more. And the brilliant... No, everything you said was literally insane, but we're out of time. Seduce me. Also, let us not forget, Dota 2 continues to do great. That's in-house. CSGO, that's in-house. So you know what? I should retract my deconstruct and my sarcasm, because really what I'm saying is, it's not that Valve aren't making games. They're maintaining a lot of games. What I should be saying is, Valve aren't making the games that I like, and that gives me a cause to whinge on the internet. But because I'm peed off at Gaben, I'm on a specific Valve kicker at the moment. As a point, like, I have friendos who work at Valve. They do incredible work, and they are great industry friendos, and I want them to continue to just do well. Katros, I don't know if today's going to be pure waffle. I'm trying to decide if I want to risk the dice on this very weird embargo, or if I want to be flush and pick up the Devolver title that I can't pronounce. It would be a ridiculous expenditure, but it means I get to play it now. Yeah, thank you, Arjun. I see being mad at Gaben is perfectly rational given where he is for the last year. The narrative seems to be that he was on holiday in Auckland when the full lockdown order came. But I don't know. Like, Thor and I were talking about how things were going to go sideways like months before lockdown came. If I had stupid amounts of money, I could have just popped over to New Zealand for a holiday just on a likely. But that's me. And yeah, Alnus makes a very, very good point as well, that saying that single-player games made Valve undersells their multiplayer credentials. Or at very least their business chops. I mean, the Counter-Strike developers were brought in-house and have been in-house for so long now that to call them anything other than Valve feels disingenuous, you know? Wondery Gamer says the Tier 2 comics were so great. They were! And we can't expect every title to continue doing the mystical thing that we like all the time forever. That's not sustainable. Anyway, like I said, I'm just trying not to let my beef with Gaben colour this conversation. And as Stooge says, my only complaint with Valve is their inability to count to 3. Okay. I've done 2 warnings of this. This is the 3rd and final warning. Does anyone mind if we talk big spoilers for Half-Life Alyx? Speak now, or hold your peace. Again, I'll give it a couple of beats, because I want to talk about this, and I've wanted to talk about it with you all for a while. Alright, well, Stooge, we can leave it. It's fine. But wait, you've got a headset. Anyway. I don't want to...
Basically built a box fort out of the fleece and are living underneath it.
Okay. When you say the nuggets are being cute, that means I gotta check them out.
I wouldn't come in here for any other reason.
Alright. This is also a really good excuse to just plug Guinea Pig Nation at the same time. Look at my children. Okay, they are being heckin' adorable. If you want to quickly have a look at... Oh, thank you, Katros. Yeah, Perun and Yaskir have built a little fort out of the fleece blanket. That little tube thing on the side. Oh, bless their little cottons. Wait, I can actually show you, because... I can actually show you. Just look at them. Look at his little cuddlies. These are my tiny guinea pig children. Yaskir's come out of the fortress for snackage. Maybe I should start doing, like, esports commentary on the Nuggets. Yeah, it's straight. Please bully Stooge into playing it V soon, because it does a whole bunch of narrative stuff I really want to be able to talk to you all about. Alright. Yeah. That's some feckin' cutie patooties. And, Katros, it's like how every dog is puppy. Some of them aren't tiny. And if you see up in the top right, that's Anya. And she's getting real big. For a nugget that had serious health problems. Like, she's doing well. Yesterday evening, I was giving her a little bit of salad. And she starts popcorning around the place. Which, if you're not familiar with the term, popcorning is little jumps that guinea pigs do. And it is not anything to reference the forbidden snack. Yeah. The borrow impulse is strong. Oh. I think we have Perun and Yaski in the tube. Anyway, sorry friends, I could sit and chat with these little nuggies all feckin' day. But yeah, do throw a follow onto Guinea Pig Nation, because you can watch this in the morning with a cuppa if you fancy it. MDH says, why don't we have this running all the times when we waffle? Because I like talking to you lot. And, like, nuggies are available to watch. Okey-dokey. I completely lost my train of thought. Good work, Will. Good work. All right, so we're not gonna risk it for a biscuit on speed limit, but that does mean, where's my calendar? Where's my calendar? Big Sam, where's my calendar? Right. After Mandalorian, I'm back on the Star Wars nonsense. So yeah, I got a Star Wars calendar. It was $7. Right. So we can do this on the 9th. So there we go. Oh, Catras, I see what you're saying there. And Wondering Gamer, I've been watching Dr. Stone. It continues to be something that I love. It's not the most complex of shows, but the idea of real science being put forward as something awesome, it's the kind of stuff we need right now, you know what I'm saying? Alright, so yeah, embargo's on the 8th, so we're gonna do speed limit on the 9th. So yeah, I plan all the games that we're playing out long in advance. It's why it's days like this when the schedule gets jostled. Okay, so we'll do speed limit next month, which is cool. So Stammering says, is it worth getting a VR headset? Also, Dr. Stone's one of my favourite animes. Oh, you know, it's glorious. And friends, if you haven't seen Dr. Stone, the premise is dead simple. I love it. For some reason, everyone on the planet is turned to stone. And 1,000 years later, a science-obsessed lad wakes up. And he...
Reactor online.
Hey!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Dear Dive.
Dear die indeed. Dak, cheers to you. Thank you for 6 months, friend. Yeah. Kid wakes up and decides he's gonna restore civilization to how it was. Using regular science. No magic powers, no shonen training montage, just actual people science. And it's glorious. Now, on the subject of are VR headsets worth it? I still struggle to say yes. God, I loved Pistol Whip. And Half-Life Alyx isn't just a good VR game, it is a brilliant game. And not just from its interaction methods, but the narrative it puts forward, the experience you go through. It dunks on so many other titles that put themselves forwards as immersive experiences. But one cannot simply say, buy this headset, get this game, you're golden. It's a very, very complex and wibbly space, and other than Alyx, there hasn't been another title with such a narrative chops to make me go in for it. And my personal rule is I only buy a console if it has 3 games I cannot get anywhere else. And currently, VR headsets have 2. For me personally, I can't speak for yourselves. Oh, and Aldo's saying Dr. Stone does a thing I love from factory games. Oh yes, like Factorio and stuff like that. Yeah, here's the small fiddly steps that you go through, and then you have the small complex things, and then with those things you can make more and more and more. So you start with like rubbing sticks together and crushing up shells, and by the end of it you have, functioning electricity generators and stuff. No. Yos. Right, J-Pro says VR also requires space. Yeah, I mean, I'm lacking in space the best of times. I've basically got what you lot can see, and that's my little world. So, having a VR setup on top of that was a challenge when we did Half-Life Alyx. Anyway. Oh, so what's that at the top bottom of my cup? It's lime. I apologise, I lost my train of thought there. Oh yeah, Half-Life Alyx Gould. Yes, Alyx Gould. Wondering says, I wonder how long the Valve Steam could function if all their income was suddenly cut off. Assuming they kept their current assets for like 5-6 years, maybe more. Valve runs real cheap. Like, real cheap. Other services that run at similar size, have an order of magnitude more staff. Like, the amount of people that work on the Apple App Store versus the amount of people that work on Steam. Oh. There's kind of like a 300 moment there, you know what I mean? Okay, so we're gonna put speed limit on the back burner, so we're not risking peeing off some devs. Miyaki Sakura Watto. Currently, it goes lovely. It was shit morning to start with, let me tell you. But, as per usual, spent an hour chatting with you lot and hanging out, and now I have a lovely mood beneath me. Now, Stammering Gamer, I'm never gonna chastise people for pre-ordering. I would say though that, especially with this current generation, like what are the titles that you need to take in? Okay, no, I'm pointing this too much at Stammering Gamer. I don't mean that. Going back to the 3 titles rule, one of the reasons why I'm such a massive proponent of that is, you know, we should support the art, not the platform. As much as I've been spending this whole time being like, Valve is bad, Valve is terrible. Oh, Will's bad and terrible. Gaben's terrible. Doesn't matter for a piece of piss. Games. The art that we come together for, the things that we talk about, the things that shape the people we are, that matters. And it's lovely that when you get hands-on with a console that was genuinely made with you in mind, that genuinely cares about your experience, God, that shines through. But a console ain't diddly without a game on it. It's just a very expensive piece of kit. And I try to remind myself of that as much as I can. Like, no gods or kings, only video games, right? Because without video games, you're just arguing over which is the more expensive Netflix box, am I right? I guess that's where I'm coming in. Yeah, a console without a game is just an overgrown drink coaster. And I feel very strongly about that. Platforms need to bend over backwards for us, the consumer, the user, and they need to bend over backwards to help developers get the games on there. We owe them nothing. You know, we have given them our money at the point of purchase, but we owe them no loyalty. And especially with the big 3, there does always seem to be this one-on, one-off cycle. Although for this generation, we still have no idea which is the one-on, because like the number of exclusives going around you can count on one hand. And there are no features available, there are no features presented by the newest generation of games that can't be obtained elsewhere. So it's like, well, so what is their purpose? You see what I'm saying? Anyway, this isn't meant to be like a diss on console purchasing or otherwise. Just my personal philosophies. The consoles have to convince us, not the other way around. Catra says, what generation does the Switch belong into? I mean, I place it based on release rather than necessarily on like iteration. Because they're entering into the market into the same space. So while the PS4, the Xbox One X, or whatever it's bloody called, and the Switch are not necessarily comparable machines, but they're all in that bracket. They were all doing business at the same time. And Bacon Avenger and Stammering, from what I've heard, the Valve Index is glorious. It's expensive as heck, but it's glorious. Full finger control means basically any moment you deal with the Combine and Alex, you can just be like flipping the birds, just have some fun with it.
Man, it's getting crowded in here. Let's towel off. Oh God, the mariachi man, senor!
Trello, I stopped using you a long time ago. Stop trying to convince me you're about tacos. You know. Okay, so bringing it back. What are we feeling today? So we're definitely not feeling like the super weird. what was it? Golden Skies was a little bit too weird. God, I have so many games. I don't know if I'm feeling Stranded. Stranded is a minimalist point-and-click game that, if you take your time to explore it, it's gorgeous. But it's one of those that if you just want to, you can finish it in 2 screens. Let's see. I made a little short list for today. MDH, we won't be doing Spachimin today. Like I said, friends, I've got a list. Do no worry. See, friends, this is the reasons why I love having a plentiful library when it comes to Steam stuff, because we're not hurting for choices. That's for darn sure. Although I might be exorbitant and actually just pick up a new game and play it today. I think that might be my mood. Oh, and according to my Steam profile, I'm up to like 2,300 and something games. My Dickensian library of video games, which I believe Aperios already photoshopped. And my first place Grandmaster Fish from Sega Bass Fishing. Pride of place. Pride of place. MDH, I haven't checked the Wasted on Steam in a little while, which is always a fascinating thing. So friends, what you can do is if you can get your Steam ID, that is, if you go to your profile, look at the URL and just take the number, you can plonk that into Steam calculators, like Wasted on Steam.
Hey Ninja Brian, is that a Mystic Space Portal behind you? Oh shit!
Pop that on in, and then you can see the total of it. No, that's not the right one. That's the wrong one. No. So, wait a second. I do like that it has a get disappointed in your life button. Oh, there we go. So I've spent nearly 8,000 hours on Steam. And according to Steam, my account is worth 32 grand. Jesus H fucking Christ. That's terrifying. Caffeine, Watto. Just getting disappointed in my life. How are you? No, you know what? Fuck it. I can be $15 poorer. We're gonna try out Devolver's newly published title. Because I fucking can. Yeah, that's right. I'm doing a swear. I'm doing a curse. The fuck else am I gonna do today? Punch myself in the gob. MDH, according to that, my average price was about $11. Neo Shadow, doing a curse? How very Devolver of you. That's how I live these days, you know. Devolver all up in here. And the thing is, I have a feeling that this is a game that isn't something we're going to finish today, and hopefully will inspire a few of you to pick up a copy yourself, because this was definitely one of the bangers from Devolver's I don't know if you saw it last year. Instead of doing a conference, why does it keep doing this? TSCTH, how are you doing? Automod is blocking people just saying, hey, well, just at Viking Blonde. Feckin'. Note to self. Go in and kick Automod's ass. Aperia says, you could say you are devolving digitally. Get out. And then please come back in. But yeah, sorry, if you didn't see it last year, Devolver did this really impressive thing where, alongside their pre-recorded video, which they've done in previous years at E3s, they released a game which was itself like an exploration round, what would have been like the Devolver booths. It was so clearly the LA Convention Center that I was just all about it. Devolver Land, yes. Stammering said that made them Bicarian. Lovely. I mean, I was going to be all about that game regardless. Back in the day, I was obsessed with the whole Alien vs. Predator franchise. And when I finally got the PC game, having played the demo to death, but specifically the Alien and then the Predator demos, very rarely, if at all, the Marine, because it scared the shit out of me. I played the crap out of the game, but I started as the Alien, because, like, playing as the Marine in the OG, I think it's on Steam, it's called AVP 2000. Playing as the Marine was terrifying, and they absolutely nailed it, because despite having a pulse rifle and this arsenal of weapons, you could either have your motion detector or night vision goggles. You couldn't have both. And any light source, like a flickering light here or like an under-door light, would flare out the night vision, so you could either know where the enemy was or see where the enemy was. And oh my feckin' life. Oh yeah, Perios and that smart gun noise. God. Oh, I should get like an ASMR smart gun so I can just put it on to fall asleep to at night, you know what I'm saying? But because the facehuggers scared the shit out of me so much, because they were jump scare instant kill before we were even using the term jump scare, like canonically. A smart gun. Oh, Katros! Very yes! That's what I would spray paint on the side of it if I got it now. So the Marine was the last campaign I played through. And I started with the Alien, and just the joy of being the thing that everyone else is afraid of in the darkness was so good. Then I did through as the Predator, which was a little more tense, but not unavoidable. And then finally I cleared it as the Marine, and oh... I still want to do AVP 2 again. I still, like, fingers crossed that, was it Deep, not Deep Silver. I melded a bunch of publishers together. Deep Dive? No. Feck. The peeps that are doing the System Shock 2 remake, re-release a bunch of old classic bangers, those peeps. MDH, I cannot comment about Aliens Colonial Marines in any capacity. Night Dive, thank you, Snuggly. Man, why was that so hard to find? Alright. Game is installed. Aperio says, I think they did a great job with the multiplayer game modes too, like where you start as a facehugger, turn into a chest burster, then a stalker, eat a few donuts, and turn into a freaking queen. Oh, that was so good. That was so good. Like, we got to the point where we're playing AVP multiplayer so much. There's this whole sphere of my life, this whole chapter, if you will, where it was just all about AVP 2000, Incubus's second album, Science, and drinking enough energy drinks to kill a person. And that was just a life that I lived for a while. Like, I can still play the skirmish mode, the survival mode. I can still play that on a particular map ad infinitum. God, I can still hear the proximity mine. If you didn't step on your own mines, the proximity mine was just unstoppable. And the minigun was a terrible idea always. Because you had to stop to spool it up and fire it. And stopping moving means death. Alright, friendos. So, hitting 3 p.m. Game is downloaded. I'm going to update the tag. So, come with me now on a journey through time and space. As we play an indie game! Alright, like those! And we can keep chatting about this, aliens, we can keep talking about VR and NDAs and embargoes, whatever you lovely mother hubbards want to chat on. Except for now, we'll do it with a very pretty game in the background. Cyberpunk, stop trying to update. I'm still trying to figure you out, Cyberpunk. I'm still chipping away at it in the background. Mostly because it was a gift. But also out of a sense of, I don't know, there's a part of me that really wants to understand it as a game, so I'm still going through it in that manner. Okie dokie, lookers. If you want to do a launch game, I do hope that it plays the animated trailer at the beginning, because I saw that and was like, yes. And even though it has very little to do with myself, I like to imagine that my tweets on the subject is why everybody got really cool animated trailers for this year. Harmonious says, personally, that AVP game was a formative part of my youth as an Alien series enthusiast. Well, I didn't think I was the only one. There was no way I was the only Aliens fan in the Longship. I'd really love the whole Aliens, the Aliens universe to have its Mandalorian moment, you know? Oh! Loud skeletons from Devolver. Introducing Tiny Pixel Dude with a Spear. Who apparently now sounds like Strong Bad again, as it's only one of 3 voices that Will can do. Alright. Might bring the audio down a little bit. Oh! That epic score. Hang on. Why have I got a pen behind me here? It's not like I'm doing any writing. Stammering says, was there an AVP RTS game where you could play as either aliens, predators, or marines? Or did I dream it? You did not. It was, oh, hang on a second. It was an Xbox console exclusive. And it had like a Company of Heroes style gameplay. I think 75 should be good. Perrier says, I wish Ridley Scott was too into androids now. So we got... Oh, I wish. Ridley Scott's too into androids now. We got Raised by Wolves. I've been told Raised by Wolves is very, very good. He wants to can the whole alien thing and just go full androids. Well, just find... You know... Find your... Is it Jon Favreau? Find the equivalent of that for the Aliens franchise. Yeah, it's stammering very, very deep. Going into that deep, deep lore. Oh, feck me, I'm already in love with this game. Just this unapologetic, epic score to go with. Just, yes. So I tell you what, let's kick this off, and then we can keep talking about aliens. But if we do keep talking about aliens, Alien versus Predator, etc., we do have to acknowledge... We do have to acknowledge the travesty that was Prometheus. But not for too long, otherwise we'll slip back into, yet again, the Highlander 2 conversation. But first... Video game. Well, actually, Katros, Alien Covenant's the one that makes me froth at the mouth. Prometheus is a very good... is the most expensive fan film ever. Oh, Under the Southern Sun lay a poor fishing village. Blackpool. A penniless lungyor could not endure the misery of his people any longer. Forget his name. You can make his name up. Each year, the sea offered less and less fish. Not even enough to pay tribute to lost wars. Faraday gathered the men to his old ship and set sail on a hunt for salvation. His name shall be Walter. Done, nom nom. Walter Boatman. After weeks at sea, a great storm hit. The brave men spotted a dark, vast shadow beneath the waves. A colossal whale was hunting Walter Boatman! And that whale wrecked their shit! And that was the end of Walter Boatman. The end. This has been a great game. Thank you all for coming out. It's been lovely. Roll credits. Catros was like, and then they drowned. Oh, heck, I was just joking! Yeah. Terraphage. I guess we've ignored... We could ignore the blob. I'm just going to ignore the blob. Oh, God. Okay, so I have a dodge, but it causes me to stack it. Which I'm kind of okay with. Oh, God. No, don't dodge into stuff. Ah! Walter Boatman, no! Some smack in your face! Oh, hang on. So is it like... Oh! So you have to tap jump to pull yourself kind of out of the dodge. Like that. Otherwise, you kind of stack it. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Alien Covenant hurt me a lot. Because, you know those franchises which we're just too invested in to be impartial? For me, Aliens as a franchise is one of those. And there hasn't been an Aliens film that I've directly hated until that point. I wasn't a fan of the AVP movie, but I did like how it canonized a lot of the comic theories about how predators would drop alien eggs on planets to turn them into hunting grounds. And the second AVP film is a ridiculous fun fest. With the Predators franchise, there's been some good, some bad. Predator 2 does not hold up on rewatch, but it does it also brought a lot of these universes together, which I do like. I despise Alien Covenant on so many levels. I despise its multimedia approach to storytelling. I despise its disregard for even the good bits of Prometheus, and I despise how it treats the canon with such little regard. And see, Harmonious, I love Alien Resurrection because it's fucking weird, but it works. It's not an amazing title in the same way that Aliens was, because Aliens was such a pure concept that was very easy to get behind. But if you go back and watch it, like, I forget the name of the director, but they got an arty director to do it, and they do a lot of things. Aliens Underwater, the fluid motions with which they move, gives me the feckin' shakes. The admittance to the shadier sides of the universe. God. Bacon Adventure says, Resurrection to me felt like Weaver just finishing off a contract, decided to have fun and eat some scenery. Well, that's the thing. Sigourney Weaver could have phoned that whole thing in. Okay, Sigourney. Right, so your character is a clone of your previous character, but has also got a bit of alien in them. So you can basically just be you if you want. People are going to pay to see it regard. Oh, no, you're actually going to have fun with it. Oh, you're going to kick the crap out of Ron Perlman in a scene. Nice! Vanderby says, anyone seen Aliens on Ice? Tell me that's a real thing. I did do the Alien experience at Sega World back when that was in London. Oh, I fell over. I'm a ninja. Like, Alien Resurrection's overall story is an interesting one, certainly. It doesn't necessarily matter to the large canonical, but as a small self-contained tale within the universe, I thought it was real good. I mean, there are little bits to dislike of things like Alien 3, like killing a bunch of good characters off screen was kind of like, ah, come on. But mixing it up by dropping us back in a situation where our lead character is just damn near powerless. It's fucking fascinating.
Reactor online.
Yo!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Plunge, how you doing? Thank you kindly for 20 months of hanging out here. God, the sheer amount of people we have who have monstrously long sub sprees is awesome. And EXO, it came out just this very day. So I decided to toss around a few bad words, throw fiscal caution to the wind, and pick this up. Because I can be miserable any other time. I punch your leaves! I punch your leaves! I don't give a heck! I punch your leaves! I'm Plunge, good to hear you're doing well, friend. Saw this game previewed a while back. Okay. Stop eating my blokes! My name's Walter Bortman. Stop eating my blokes! Interact. Oh, no, he's super dead. How about this guy? Very turbo dead. Punch! Harmonia says, I actually really like the director's cut of Alien 3. I appreciate it explores how different kinds of people react to the alien's presence. Whereas fear, rage, resignation, or worship. I thought they did that well. I think the wooden monk space boat would have been weird. Would have been too weird. A Viking, a puncher! EXO saying, they also feel like Devolver Directs make fun of where the industry is amazing. Oh yeah, but they do it to a level that nobody else does. Alright, I see you. You wanna go? You wanna go, little blob? You ate my people! My name's Walter Bortman, and I will avenge thee! With me fists! Me fists and me feeties! Walter Bortman strikes again! It's all very gooey. Oh! Okay, just the care and love on the animations is amazing. Alright, Bacon Avenger, take care, friend. Hopefully we'll see... Ooh, interact. Walter Bortman in a cave. I can't go back. Feck. Well, I got myself in trouble now, didn't I? This seems fine, .jpeg. EXO, I mean, absolutely. The yearly Nina Struthers exhibition is always amazing. And I got to admit, the little bit with the Game Awards with Formal Nina, bearing in mind that Nina is a fictional character played by a very talented actress, Formal Nina... Okay, so I was like, this doesn't look ominous at all. Listen, just cute things in the distance, like... Oh. Got bone. Got bone, got pears. Oh, God. Yeah! Boys. Sure are a lot of my friends. All strung up there. Not doing so well. Better punch their corpses so they feel better. Oh, feck me. Woohoo! No full damage! Oh, that seems very bad. Okay, interesting. We have to kind of like... We have to kind of shake off the gunk to jump when we're down there. Aperios... Sorry, Katros. They're not my subordinates once they're dead. Aperios was adding the director might be working on something new. Just saying. Yois. Don't hiss at me. This seems really bad. Something glimmered amidst the half-digested debris. An old compass. Oh, God! A harpoon? This seems bad! This seems really bad! Oh, no, still coming. I was like, maybe I've outrun it. Had not outrun it. This is a bad day. This person is having a bad day. Oh, plunge. I wish I had like a Katamari music button. But I do want to jump back just quickly to what EXO was saying about the Devolver Digital. It's very funny, but the levels to which they deconstruct the industry is above and beyond what anyone else does. Raiden, is that you? Damn it, am I in Mortal Kombat again? Fuck. All along, this was Mortal Kombat 12. You're lucky to be alive. If you survive what you've been through... I can't find a voice for this guy, I'm sorry. A harpoon, you say? Yes! The legend comes and goes with the wind. But few know whether it's fiction or truth. You piece of... are not just another castaway. You are Walter Boatman! Ah, the storm takes men and hurls them far from home. But fear not, I know where to take you. Weatherspoons. Now, you must rest. Mortal Kombat 9 3/4. But yeah, so one of the things that's always impressed me is how Devolver deconstruct. They don't just make cheap jokes about what games are popular, as is the done thing. Like, they openly mocked how professional journalists go to what are meant to be press briefings in a professional manner, and yet still whoop and cheer and holler. Microsoft will have a sea of both employees and fans in the pit in the front to get everyone hype, with the main bulk of journos and suppliers and people around the edges. Ubisoft do like a huge big song and dance number and get the crowd going, despite the fact it's still meant to be a press conference. Bethesda had Andrew WK for some reason. And so that opening in the very first one, where she's like, okay, thank you, give it up, thank you. Okay, no. Okay, you're too kind. Okay, now stop. No, seriously. Now, you are all professionals. And opens fire into the air. Reloads and continues. That is biting on a level that other people wouldn't step to. Because the thing is, mocking journos is never a good plan. You can score some points on it. And it's always a power move to say, well, we don't need you. But as we discussed at the beginning of the game, Life's a game, and today I'm losing. When we were discussing at the beginning of the show today about how Bethesda decided they didn't need journos, well, when Fallout 76 ate shit like a skate trick gone badly, there was no one there to say, all right, no, let's do some even keel reporting. Let's get Bethesda's side of things. No, there was nothing in it for professional journalists to give them the benefit of the doubt, to try and play the back and forth proper. Nah, journos were like, knives out, mother hovers, let's go. And I don't blame them. I mean, friend, if a large company told you that you and your profession were pointless and they didn't need you, and then 6 months later were completely at your mercy, one wouldn't be forgiven. Sorry, one would be forgiven for indulging a little bit of, what's the term? Payback. Kestrel, this is a game I can't pronounce from Devolver Digital. I don't think it's out on Humble, is it? I should have got it on Humble. I didn't even check. I'm a bad host today. I'm sorry, friends. It is out. It is out in the Humble store. So, if any of you don't mind me being a monstrous shill, albeit much later than I should have been. Cash says CD Projekt Red had Mr. Reeves. Oh, Catro says, as they are studying to be a librarian, there are plenty of people who claim that their profession to be is irrelevant before they've even started. Guinea pig nation. Guinea pig nation. Alright. My squad of guineas, led forth by one Perun. Let me bring you up to speed real quick. This is a video game that is difficult to say, but I'm really happy it exists. We have just started. We are playing as Walter Boatman, the name we came up with because I wasn't paying attention. And sorry, thank you kindly for 100 bits. You got the canvas finished. Fucking yes. All right. We are Walter Boatman. We led a big ship out to sea to find more fish because there wasn't enough fish in our fish village or whatever the hell. We got our shipwrecked sideways by a giant whale, and we have crashed upon some strange mystical land full of strange wibbly little monsters that then formed a giant wibbly monster and kicked our ass. But it's fine because we have a magic compass. Walter Boatman. Amy says Walter Boatman's name was actually Faraday, but no one cares about that. Exactly. Okay, Walter Boatman is a way better name. Faraday, the guy now famous for making a chicken wire cage so he didn't have to talk to his relatives. Is that guy gonna... Can I... Yeah, I know he's gonna let me pass. Nah. Broken men gathered here, waiting. Once sailants, merchers, adventurers, small-time bloggers. Their stares now empty, eyes drained of all hope. TikTok stars. But yeah. And friends, if you don't mind me being a shameless shill once more, please do follow Guinea Pig Nation, because that is our tiny family of nuggies. Like, I find myself being surprisingly modest when it comes to discussing, like, streaming as a profession. I probably should be better at being like, I'm amazing, but I'm not. But when it comes to Guinea Pig Nation, tell your friends, tell your friends, tell your family, tell your pets, tell strangers you've never met. I would... And I think it's like the pseudo-parent mentality. Like, all must see. All must see our nuggets. Sorry, Kestrel got me with, here they are, broken men. Sailors, merchants, mixer streamers. Dashed! Salem says, wait, what am I telling friends I don't have? Enough guinea pigs in your life, my friend. Salem, how you doing, yo? Giddy, giddy. Giddy. Ooh. I now have 4 somethings. Salem says they're fine, back from a long return walk from the dentist. Oh, well, hopefully nothing too bad, my friend. This is the game we're playing here, if you don't mind me being Shilly McShilson. Wandering Gamer, I have not committed a murder. We're playing as Walter Boatman, a penniless lord of a tiny fishing village, who, to revitalize his town, loaded up a ship to in search of I don't know, more fish, whatever. We got our ship wrecked by a giant whale that might have been made of like monsters, and now we're on a strange island full of mixers. Yiddy, yiddy. Oh look, here's the goo. Oh, you have found a map. Show it to the boatman to uncover a new destination. Wait, his name is Boatman too? My name's Boatman. Father! Kestrel's asking which one is the ninja. The eldest, I believe. So long, guy who stared at me from a weird sign. Al says, "Oh, brother." Hello, brother. I'm you. No, he's old with a hat and smoking. Same boat. Same boat. Father. In fairness, stammering, I get like a 30-second head start, so. Alright. So we have no keys. So there's the Shadow Gate. The Shadow Creek. Oh, cool. Anyone notice a large amount of teeth? So much teeth. Ah, okay, so those are areas we can travel to later. I feel like without the spear, we're going to get our ass kicked, but we can always go to the other areas. And getting some, like... What was the Philips CDI Zelda game? I'm getting flashbacks of that, but like a gritty, grimdark version. Hey, Ami Masashi, if it is Tooth Mom, then I'm down. Sailor says, sorry, that was misleading. Sailor's doing fine. The dentist's just an awkward place and taking the bus. Didn't feel like hailing a lift. Dude, like an hour and a half's walk sounds glorious. I was having a real shit morning, so I went for a stroll myself. And now we are playing some cool Devolver games. And I got half a pack of Bickies. I'm ready to do this, friends. Alice is like, we don't speak of the CDI games. Oh. The Philips CDI. A bizarre part of console history. An inordinately expensive console that's selling point was not just disc-based games, but, and friends, you might want to sit down for this fact, if you put photos on a CD, you could look at them on the telly. Yeah, that was the Philips CDI's USP. It even came, because it was a TV, it was on the TV, it even came with a remote controller. Yeah. Yeah. Woo. Sorry, jumping back here, just wondering, with like, whoa, technology? A controller? It must have cost them millions! Squillions of millions, my friend. Oh, and Kestrel, I mean, you know I'm a fellow pixel art lover. This is one where they do so much with so little. It's awesome. I want to go to the Shadow Gate. Is it a sensible move? Doubt it. Oh, we get to choose stuff, so... Okay, so as we progress, we're going to unlock more hats, which I'm very okay with. So we can go hat-free. Walter Boatman's hair dances in the wind in a heroic fashion. Feckin' yeah! Onward, Walter Boatman! And Amy, I think it auto-saves. It doesn't seem to have the functionality of a manual save, so I choose to believe. I don't believe it's going to be like Volgar the Viking, God. I love and hate Volgar the Viking so much. Sorry, Volgar the Viking is like a Mega Drive style hack and slash platformer, but it has the brutality of like Ghosts and Goblins, but no save system. To clear Volgar the Viking, you have to do it in one sitting. Oh, almost there. Ark saying, is the other boatman John Boatman? Might be. I didn't ask our father's name. Built by lords, are great and ancient alike. This gate is your home, Walter Boatman. Ha! I can doot! Hang on. Doot! Doot! Actually beamed me in the face with a shoe. That is amazing! Yeah, I do as I please. Anyone else see the squiggly thing above us? Yeah, old man's like, I'm right here! What up, fellow skeletons? What up, skeletons? It's me, your boy, Walter Boatman. Boat Dad is not happy. Father! I'm right, I'm literally here. Oh, this doesn't look good. See, Starry Gamer, I'm not going to read that one out because it's a wonderful, multifunctional, albeit horrendous joke. Alright, friends, yeah, I dooted so hard, I broke the game. Those launch day woes. What do you mean, someone... So you're telling me that someone, having waited months to play this game, booted it up, yes, proceeded to doot at the boatman a bunch of times until he lost his temper, yes. Why? Players. Yeah, fool! Walter Boatman doots as he pleases! Alright, let's get back into it. Hopefully it's an autosave. Love the loading screen. And sorry, the thing I was saying was, if you look at how few pixels there are per character and yet how fluid they feel, that's not easy to do. One of these days, I really need to get some proper good industry pixel artists on to talk about how to convey so much. Because this is that level of... Wow. High-speed devolver! This is that level of pixel art where it's not the changing of hand-drawn animation, it is its own approximations. Sorry. Now, I'm going to tell you a bunch of things you know, but I think it's always worth chatting about to give things context. So, if you look at, like, old school Street Fighter, I'm still going to doot at him. Old school Street Fighter and games like that were not too dissimilar from hand-drawn titles. They would have an artist with a big old pixel grid sketch and design the characters and their animations through, and then they would convert that into pixel art. It was a pretty lengthy process, but it went on to create that really nice, smooth, fluid look that fighting games had in those early days. It's also one of the reasons why Mortal Kombat used stop motion to try and create the same effect, because it was a lot easier. I can't say if it was cheaper, but... Alright, introducing the return of Epic Sax Guy. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do do do. Ow! Ah! Do. We're not going through the gate. But yeah, sorry. So this isn't hand-drawn animation turned into pixel art. This is drawn purely with a stylized pixel edge to it. And so how one not only creates that kind of style, but how one then converts it into such a fluid animation isn't something that I know. I know how to do sprite sheets. I know how to do like traditional, you know, like simple frame JRPG stuff. But how to create this kind of fluid motion? Like, our character's head is like 4 by 8 pixels. Zaylan says, also, Epic Sax Guy burst onto the scene in 2010, and he did return for 2017. Good. Oh, cool. Boys, sure do love. Boat Dad's like, farewell! It is I, Boat Father! Away! Sure do love going into a temple that looks like a giant one-eyed demon. There's no way this ends badly. Oh, look, it's the 2 skeletons we hung out with earlier. How you boys doing? Skelebuddies. What up, Skelebuddies? Hop-cha! Henry Boatman followed the wise man's advice. Keep an eye out for old things seemingly useless. I'm right fucking here. If you're gonna call me out, mate, call me out. In the right hands, everything has a purpose. Oh! Frit. Hop-cha! Hop-cha! Oh, interesting. Okay, so we can't quite jump up to here, but we can do this. It's teaching us that we can use those little squiggly monsters to give ourselves like a leg up. Harbinger. Yeah. Cool. That was disgusting. Ah, so we need a key to progress. I'm going to back it up and see what was up the other way and just have a little explore. Sorry. Nom Nom's like, farewell, Ashen One. Castle's like, I'm sure it'll be fine. Right? God, it feels so good to move around in this game. The dodge combo into... God, it's giving me a whole bunch of, like... Oh. Can I talk to you? No, you look like you're going to kick my ass if I punch you. This is giving me a massive Prince of Persia flashback, which I'm not entirely sure why. Okay, yo. I need to learn how to fight as this guy. Because if I hold down... So standard punches left and right. Nothing for up, but if I hold down, he does like a little like super slam. Yeah, sorry, I'm getting Prince of Persia vibes from this, mostly because of the way it has us explore the world. Alright, not gonna punch that guy. But I wanna. No, Will, it's a dumb idea. Don't do it. He's done nothing to you. Don't need to punch him in the goal. Oh, with chin. Ark's like, thanks, I hate it. Oh, here's an interesting thing. Friends, Moldova failed to qualify for 3 years until Epic Sax Guy returned. And the rest of the Sunstroke project broke that streak. That's some Eurovision facts. After depth on Saturday, we ended up just hanging out and just drinking together. Oh look, a sinister door. A sinister door that whispers unspeakable things to us. Anyway, we ended up going on a Eurovision binge. Alright. I think I know what we've got to do. Who wants to try a terrible idea? Actually, I'll jump in there in a second. Let's catch up with Chan. Digi drinking. Digimon? No. We ended up watching a couple of films together and then just drinking and listening to Eurovision. Then eventually turned into like 6 a.m. zombie murder, but that's another story. But it was real cool to do a deep dive into Eurovision stuff with people who hadn't really experienced it before. And friends, this year's Eurovision, like, piss-up party will probably be something spectacular. It'll probably be another digital year. And even if it isn't, I don't know what I was worried about. This is fine. See? I was so paranoid about going through a dark passageway of tendrils. I thought there was going to be some bad stuff in here, and it's fine. See? Ah, Peebles. Ah, Peebles! Get back here, you little shites. Oh! My body is very badly broken. Who are you? Have I been asleep all this time? I don't know, mate. My name's Walter Boatman. I got here 5 minutes ago and I met my dad. Who are you? Are you my uncle? Looks like I can't help you. See you later, Uncle Boatman. I am no relation of yours. Ah, Uncle Boatman, you're so silly. A skeleton sword! Have at thee! As the skeleton is slain, the sword is now mine! Walter Boatman is now armed. This is a terrible idea. He stands still near the road, unaware of the cold. The silent beggar waits, but he does not beg for food. I'll be waiting at Oak Tide, where my hands can work again. Okay, Uncle. See you later. Tell Papa Boatman I said hello. Okay, firstly, this is not... What the fuck are you? Oh, my fucking life! What the fuck are those? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is going on? What's an aluminum falcon? Oh, cool. So it's like land 4 bits of a combo and then charges you up a nice little... Ah! Peebles! Land 4 bits of a combo, and then you get to do cool shit like that. Oh, cool, they respawn. Goody. You coming? Damn it! I'm sorry, Ami's like, well, that old man was decorated with skulls. Why do you think he was caged? Alright, I'll go down and finish it off. Stop being cheeky. Oh, darn it, I don't seem to be able to get back down there. Interesting. I think it was just a one and done. Ah, darn it! Just gonna kick him back down. Alright, fine. I didn't want to go back down there anyway. That's where the bad stuff is. You'll notice this game's gone very quiet all of a sudden. Sorry, jumping back into chat. Salen says, just got a fangirl from email. Got an email from Fangamer with a free PDF update to the Stardew Valley guidebook. That's lovely. Just tuned in. Nidhogg meets Another World meets Blackthorn. These are the adventures of Walter Boatman, whose boat got wrecked by a whale. Feels like I'm starting a limerick, but I've got nothing else after that. And yeah, Num Num, I might have just slapped their skulls out of their chests. Because science. No, this is Devolver's latest title. And it's fecking glorious. Okay. So, bunch of people met and found Big Skelly Man, Big Skellerman. Big Skellerman was all like, blah, 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 blah. And now they're all a chorus of very happy monsters. That makes sense. Anyone else confused by the concept? Oh. So what's that? Environmental storytelling. This is the tale of William Boatman, whose boat was smashed by a whale. He's found his way out to this cursed island, and that's how we start this tale. Ami Masashi, I hope I did that a little smidgen of justice, because that was very good. Alright. Yo, did anyone just notice a glowing electrical portal just pop up there? I'm gonna stick my whole face in this! There's no way this ends badly! Dies. Dies super bad. Alright, we're good. You have successfully delivered a pizza. Well done. As it was foretold in the scriptures of pizza delivery nonsense. Fecking we. No. Nice try. Oh, look who's going off for a walk. Fine. You want to hang out with you anyway? Oh, and Iron Imp. Fecking congratulations on beating Sekiro. That's a wonderful achievement. Like, as a game that puts itself forward for the challenge. Like, congratulations to you, friend. Alright. Is this the day of reckoning he mentioned? Oh. Well, I reckon... there might be more to it than that. Hang on a second. Skeletons! Up-cha! There we go. I'm just making sure we're not going to have skeleton-related problems. You know what I mean? Katros says, the fates declared that the prince shall one day deliver a whole-ass pizza to the wrecked temple of shenanigans. And lo, it was foretold that it would be delivered sans olives because those are hecking gross and weird. And, sorry, what was that? Okay. And the Norns request bacon. Or like, maybe a pepperoni. Let's have a look at the choices. They are... I mean, stuffed crust if we can afford it. Sorry. I could have kept that bit going for a long time. And it was funny to literally only me. Kess was like, now don't forget the pineapple. Pineapple? With bacon? Are you mad? This is how the Elder Dark Gods came to be. Oh. Alright. I couldn't get a good shot of that character next to us, but they very much reminded me of one of the Muppets from Muppet Treasure Island. Only murdered. Nevada says, I will not tolerate this olive slander in the house. Look, it's not my fault that olives are horrendous and disgusting. And... ooh. Man, get paid. Okay. So, Mystical Sword Guy's not around. Cat Axel says, I might be ordering a pizza soon. Dang it! Well... okay, I'm not asking for anything. You lot already support us wholeheartedly. I shouldn't have spent money on a game today, and I did it partially out of frustration, partially out of who knows what. But I did, so I can't be... So yeah. So I'm not trying to fish for pizza or encourage it of others. I just quite like the I liked the skit, that was it. Oh man, now that is how a door should open when you pop a lock in it. Huh. It's a box with a skull on it. I'm sure it's fine. Ah, but I can't leave it alone. I'm only one man! Oh, we got gunpowder out of that. Handy. Also, tinnitus. Nonum's like, slander? Isn't that the long horror boy that hunts you while you search for your maths homework? Nah, that's the Slender Man. That's the Slender Man, if you will. There's a lanky bastard, hunts people. We gonna talk or? All right, so this guy basically just wants me to do his job for him. All right, fine. Who's that? Aeon Wa, bringing in a party of 11. What? Oh, and welcome. Hello, greetings! We find ourselves under raid. Do you wish to do battle? Or you want to just come in and hang out, you're more than welcome. We're only like 5-10 minutes into this, and it's bloody marvellous.
Sensors online.
Yo!
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
To Wyvern Flames. Thank you kindly for 5 months, you feckin' ledge. How you doing? So yeah, Ionwa, what were you playing? What were you up to? It's hard not to say it without a wah, which is how I want to. Surely not Joshua. is now following. I'm glad it's not Joshua. Oh boy. That Joshua person. Oh, I've heard tales. I've heard nothing. How are you doing? Thank you for following. I'm in a very silly mood today. So, Will and Fames, Theory Pop, Gan and Dorf, like it. Watto and welcome. We literally just started playing this and it's glorious. I mean, not that it surprises anyone that Devolver Digital publishes interesting pixel art indie game. You gonna do your thing, buddy? No? Alright. Okay, so Whip and Flames is definitely said with a wah. Good. Ah, okay. So we actually need to drop the platform here. Ah, my legs. But yeah, so how was your stream? What were you up to? Tell me your tales. I've been a little all over the place today. Get up there now. Ow! Ow! My feeties! Bullshit. Bit my feeties! Alright, we're definitely not going in there yet. Skeletons. See if I can... Okay, I can't get the skeletons. Gave it a bloody good try. Haha. And a dreamer, good afternoon. Watto. So I don't really have much to tell you all about this. If you don't mind me being a massive shill, this is the Humble Partner link page to it. It's gorgeous. Despite our silly demeanor, it's doing a lot of heavy lifting with very few pixels, and it's, again, you don't need me to tell you, but it's bloody good. Oh. I'll have a little drink. Not a bad shout, actually. Oh. Sorry, I got an achievement for punching the grass there as Lord Gardener. MDH, if you don't mind me being a massive shill, he says, giving us a link to a Steam page. Well, you know how it is. What the Humble Partner links are basically, it doesn't... Oh, hold that thought. Minions of the Rottenwood clan. They hate what lives and love what shines. Alright. I feel like I just got a license to kick ass. I don't know. So if you haven't seen it, Humble do like a partnership link where if you pick up a game through that link, Humble gives us a little kickback of cash, which I don't believe comes from the developer, at least as far as I understand. So if you are thinking of picking up a game and you can do it via Humble, and if you don't mind like the extra steps, it helps us out here, which is real feckin' cool. Alright. I'm gonna kick these people's behinds. Ah. Generator above! Oh, they got wings. Yeah, fly all you want, matey boy. And our sailor friend is super dead. Okay, and the combat in this is now very fun. Kestrel, hard agree. I'm very much enjoying the boing boing sounds. And the combos when you get them down are fecking glorious. It is I, Sir Walter Boatington, Sword Fighter Extreme, and Family Finder. Ow! Well, okay. Okay, that's awesome. We can knock arrows out the air. Sorry. No Egypt's left behind. Oh, God! You ever kicked someone so hard they exploded? Because we just did. Neo Shadow says they like how this game's list of features has a link that just includes craft magic hats. Okay, and I mean, I kind of like that as well. That the idea that because our, while we are a lord, we are a penniless one. That we have learnt swashbuckling on the high seas. That's kind of cool. Gabriel was like, "Geez, what? They had a family and they were one day away from getting their pension. I mean, they can still collect it with a. Oh! I take it back. They ain't collecting heck. They'll be lucky if they get a soup can to put their remains in. Ooh, pears. A perfect snack for healing. Get it? Perfect snack? It's a snack that's perfect. To get Oh, fucking hell. I should feel guilty. But I don't. Oh, and I found a feather. So by the looks of things, like the hat crafting might be from the guy who was covered in skulls later. And when we travel to an area, we get to choose which magic hat to wear. So I'm already 100% on board with this. ISMDH makes a good point. There has to be a body, otherwise it's still just a missing person. And that person is missing a few pieces. Okay, this is cool. Huh. Lot of scarecrows and or possibly dead people. Excuse me, are we related? Oh, you surprised me. I was playing for 3 hunters. Legend has it they might wake to track down the harpoon bearer. Tread carefully in this temple, young man, for you tread upon my memes. Sorry. Tread softly, for you tread upon my memes. What's that? Be exceptionally careful and don't touch anything. I'm going to touch everything! Uncarefully! Oh. Okay, quick tip. There are bad things in the water. Don't go there. I'm gonna lick the damn walls. Well, now we're stuck in here. But thankfully I've got my trusty rapier. Have at thee, temple, for I, Sir Walter Boatman, will conquer thee! Sup. Oh, ray of light. What light through yonder window? Harpacha! Yeah, sup, Slugcat. God, what if this is like post-Rain World? Like humanity somehow returns to the land. Heck, that would be cool. Although there's no humans, so. Play Rain World. Okay, so there are tripwires. Darn it. I wanted to see if I could stop the projectiles. No, I just took it straight to the face. Yes! Upper-cha! Sagan says, random fact, in archaeology, it's commonly easiest to discern between bones and rocks by, in fact, licking the science. Turns up, ground up moon rocks are poison. Yep, first time every time. Skeleton Man, what are you in for? Down I go. Cha. Ow! Missed it. Come on. All right. Haha! Cha-ching. I get paid. Oh, Katros, go get some sleep, friend. And I want to say, I'm sorry I started late today, but like, thank you for waiting, and it's real cool hanging out today. Cheers to you. Oh wow! Remember those little slimes used to be a problem to us, and now that is much larger than before. Interesting. Very interesting. Oh god. Something leapt out of the water there to go and cause problems. Yeah, I'm sure this is fine, everybody. And EXO, especially with Mario Sunshine, I'd say give it a breather, because Mario Sunshine is still one of my favorites in the series, but it kicked the shit out of me, and it has one of the gentlest to steep difficulty curves that I've ever seen. It lulls you in so softly, and you don't even realize it's kicking your ass until it is, and I really respect that about it. Of course. Did you all hear that? Did you all hear that? Nah, it must be my imagination. They wouldn't put anything weird and creepy in an old spooky temple, right? Lots of spears, lots of traps, spooky voices, monsters, sinister doors that close behind us. I see no reason we shouldn't take this glowing spear that floats by its own volition in the middle of a temple. What do you say? Ugh. Oh. Crunchy. Kestrel's like, looks legit! Spear time! Ark the Conclave says, are we Indiana Jones? I'm sorry, have you not been paying attention? Our name is Walter Boatman. We got our shit wrecked by a whale. And Cat Exile with, that's the spirit, Will. The spirit. That's the spirit. I see no way that this can go badly. Ah! Oh, fuck! super duper dead now. Sorry, as much as I shouldn't be laughing at the spear doing the murder, that made me jump. Did you see the two, like, skeleton statues that just kind of played the drums by mashing their faces down? Oh! I think I did it bad! Oh, I'm so full of spear right now. I'm just gonna lie here for a little bit longer. Everything hurts and I'm dying. But I can still break things with my fists. And my sword. Summon me. No. And you can't make me, game. You can't make me. I will lie here and think about what I've done. Yeah, MDH. The trailer of this from the Devolver Digital setup from last year showed off the full spear movement so brilliantly, and I'm all about it. Plus, also, the pacing between screens is great for me because it gives me plenty of time to talk to you lot. A lot of like things like the messenger and stuff, I always feel like it's go, 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 and I can't take a moment to just sit, like, lie down and natter at you lot. You know what I mean? Stammering gamer, no! Oh, fine. Miyaki Sakura's like the spear, just wants to be friends. Ugh. Fine. Throw the harpoon. Harpoon! Dash the harpoon. Hop-cha! Ha! I think we're gonna have a lot of fun with this. Ah! God. Ah! Okay, you're all on fire today. So Theory Pop with is like, excuse me, if this was set in Nevada, would it be called Spear and Loathing in Las Vegas? And Stooge with, it aspires. I missed something. Ammy's like, who's talking? The protag? The spear? Eyeball guy? I don't know! I'll be honest with you. I don't think Walter Boatman's all there. You know what I mean? Oh no. Hang on. P-balls! Okay, this is gonna take some doing. Oh, I don't have to do punchies anymore. I now get my my spear. So that's cool. Ooh, spear collects things for us as well. Spear giveth, spear taketh away. Cadexel says, I guess our puns are on point. Nice. And Stooge, I'm with you. I think Walter might be super dead. He's just going mad, digesting in a whale's belly. Stammering's asking, wait a second. Who would be their favourite musical artist? Would it perhaps be Britney Spears? I like it. I like it. Okay. Cue Lionhead music. The theory part with, as playwright William Shakespeare once wrote, all the world's a stage. The men and women are spearly players. With their dope-ass spears! The spear you can't get rid of. Oh. Wait, why is there a weird statue of us now? Taste my steel! The flavour is spearmint! Hamacha! You'd understand that as soon as we actually get into a proper fight, I'm going to forget all of these puns that would make for great one-liners. When you return to Oaktide, check in your progress and the growth of the castaways' When you return to Oaktide, check on your progress and the growth of the castaways' cause. Man, how is that so hard to say? The Hatmaker has joined the castaways' cause. Use him to craft powerful hats to help you venture forth. Arrows, sharp, vicious, crafted in the depths of rotten wood. An occult necklace, cursed fangs, commonly worn as pendants by the filth of the pterophage, infused with the will to harm. And ironically, because those seem to want to do harm to will. See what I did there? Black powder explodes. Red feather is mesmerizing because of reasons. Gold necklace. I mean, the name's... What is it? Well, the clue's in the name. It's a necklace. It's made of gold. Holds pure energy. Or as we call it, penergy. Father! Sorry. It's Father Boatman. The irony that Father Boatman's a ferryman, not lost on me. So I guess we just threw them like a whole bunch of food? And stuff? Bird, you're my only friend. Caw-caw! Gone. We could certainly use a spot of health. Oh, this is pretty cool. They're starting to build like a little shack. Oh, we unlocked the Alchemist. This cunning little man can increase your maximum health for a price. It's 100 to increase our health. Okay. Who's this guy? So we get to start, like, basically slowly building the village. My lord, we have gathered these resources! We are recovering from starvation. We owe you, my lords. It's all good. I'm gonna down a couple of bowls now that I've got a mystical spear I'm allowed. Oh, check it out! They fixed the sign! Nice. Okay, so throughout our little adventure, we get to improve the area. You've unlocked the Explorer. Invest in this brave sailor's adventures to receive goods and items when he returns back to Oaktide. You work for me now! Peace out! Why do I feel like he's just going to sail around the block? He's going to sail around the island out of Eyeline and just piss around for a couple of days and come back and be like, I found these amazing things! You had those in your ship beforehand, didn't you? Maybe! Alright, I'm going to go see Mr. Hat. Oh. That sounded real gooey for a second there. You have weirdly long arms, and I'm not okay with this. Yeah, now I'm starting to wonder, why was this guy put in a cage? Oh, Tanari Wow Watto, friend. A hat can do many things. Okay. So start having a look at our possible wear. And yeah, Harmonious, I believe he is wearing under his hat another slightly smaller hat. Okay, so we're allowed to throw the harpoon, spin like a saw blade, cutting targets to pieces. Protruding shards can be unleashed on enemies and shot with the repeater. Combo without receiving damage to increase attack and run speed. That involves me being good at this. Magic feathers that slash through enemy ranks. Okay. No longer fear the burn of acid. Also, secretes its own against foes. The Hat of Secretion. Oh, goody. Yes, I'm looking for some formal headwear. What have you got that secretes? Fucking hell. Steal vitality from your enemies. I thought it said steal vanity. I was like way ahead of you. Generates electricity through harpoon combat. Dun, 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 dun. Sorry, harpoon combat. Let's look for feather. Ooh. Look at us finding cheeky secrets. Woo! I read your stuff. I don't give a heck. I'm only a bad guy if I get caught. Okay, so nothing that we can craft at the immediate, but just we need to be keeping an eye out for a great many things. Stammering gamer, no! Sorry, I just scanned back up and saw that Exo was asking, how do you explain a PS2 multi-tap to young gamers? How to tell them that there was a time where you were limited to the number of physical ports you could lock into a console, and that should you want more, you had to buy a special adapter. As someone who used to play a lot of Saturn Bomberman, I can't imagine what that cacophony of wires must seem like to young gamers. Sorry, Kestrel, I missed your... Oh, come on. Everyone secretes. Don't make it weird. Don't be a secrety repeaty. Oh, hell. Ark of the Conclave remembers the Game Boy Link cables. Gathered resources. Oh, okay, no, that's what I said earlier. I mean, having one of those was gold dust during the Pokemon era. You should get some rest. We gave the men a bit of hope. Alright, I'm gonna go for a big old nap. Ozine says, imagine having a dad who owns the controller for Steel Battalion. Ah, that's a fucking win and a half. Why did they make that guy jump a whole bunch each time? I don't want to spend 100 on health increase right this very second. But I will take the strange boat dad's advice. I am going to take a quick little break, just so I can nip to the loo and get some more water. But yeah, Orzine, I still wish I'd been able to get one of the Steel Battalion controllers for myself. Though I wouldn't be able to use it now because it would have been a PAL one. Oh, lordy, lordy. Ugh. Oh, Stooge doesn't remember playing the opening of Red and Blue so that both people could have all 3 starters. God, yeah. What a time. Oh, Staring Gamer, go get some sleep, friend. I hope you've had a lovely day. I apologise for my late start and my general discombobulativeness, but the conversation's been lovely, the game's banging. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, and I myself will be back in just a second. Oh, J-Post, thank you for the 100 bits, you sneaky cheeky mother hubbard. Considering I've been a shit show today, I do not deserve them in the slightest, but thank you. Let's continue! Let us continue. Sorry. Itchy ear, if you can believe me. We're not the police of me! Come, Spear. We have mischief to get into. But, J-Post, thank you, all the same. So, our potion seller is keeping one of the little monsters as a pet and just glassed it to keep it in order. That I find entertaining. Alright. So until we find another map fragment, we can only really explore these few areas. So, Oak Tide's kind of our little base operation. Shadow Creek. Nothing we can do until we have a key for there. So really, the Shadow Gate's the next place to head to. Unless we need to revisit Shadow Creek. So let's try the Shadow Gate, see if that works. And if not, then we'll see how it goes down. Okay, Cat Exile. A cuddly slime, murder slime, would be an adorable pet. Until Kuno Wato. Father, I shall do't at thee. Has anyone ever thought about the fact that, like, in a lot of fantasy worlds, most alcohols would count as potions? Does anyone else ever think about that? The idea that tequila is a mystical potion. Father! Father! Love me, father! Ow. Ow. Deserve it. Okay, so we know going through the door is bad, but we can go up here. Into the tendrily area, which I'm sure is fine. Yeah, MDH, what kind of potion would a Jaeger bomb be? Ark of the Conclave also with Potion Seller. I have need of your strongest potion. Wreck everything. Take everything. Improve the village! Although now this game's given me the ability to, like, improve my... God darn it! Jerk. Now I'm in trouble jail. All by myself. Clan Rottenwood. I'm not gonna trash these poor... The lost ones lying in the shadow awaited their demise. No, I shall save you people! But Faraday could sense the harpoon crying out to him. Yo! Follow me if you wish to live. The harpoon was near! Oh! And Faraday summoned it. And he proceeded to wreck their day. Actually, I wonder if we can go back down now we've got our spear. Alright. Didn't mean to do that. Sorry! Didn't mean to stab you with that! Sorry! He's fine. He's fine. Like, friends, don't pay no attention to that crunchy sound. That person's A-okay. 5 by 5. Just ooh, so okay right now. Even with a harpoon, could the dungeon be escaped? Well, not with that attitude, God. And it's weird when the tendril door is safer than the gigantic door. Oh, I remember when you were a problem. Oh. Oh, fake! Oh, don't whinge, you're fine. Oh, darn it. I thought I had him there. Yeah, it took him out. He's fine. Oh, there's this one. How is a game with such a simple art style so spicy? I mean, there are so many games that have budgets far beyond this that cannot hit the same beats for, like, sheer quota of awesome combat. Oh! It's a secret. It's a secret made of piles of corpses. Excuse me. I require a tiny boat. Yes, thank you. Sorry, Moose, I missed your comment of tequila, or as we call it, potion of amnesia. I wonder, how did we get up there? Catch a shot later. Back! Oh, God. Bug's dead. What do you mean, Bug's dead? Well, I mean, he's dead. Like, he's not coming back. I believe I'm going to have a lot of fun with this game. Yeah, MDH just pointing out, like, screen sec. Ooh. Screen shake, sound design, speed, very useful things. Sometimes 2D can harness that better. That's a good point. There's a certain clarity that comes from... There's a certain clarity that comes from simple 2D, and you can spend a lot more time trying to get that weight and that feel. 3D is its own special mess. Oh, lovely! More people for whom's butts we must kick, and hopefully find enough cash to finance our village. Tiny boat! Aw. Sorry, happy flashbacks. I think that guy's super duper dead. Yeah, no. Alright. I need some more tiny minions so I can beat the absolute hot snot out of them. Oh, God. Okay, so it seems that if you start with a spear jab combo, that's how you charge up into the truly ridiculous moves. For example, Hadouken! Oh, that's kind of a must murder all enemies gate. Alright, sorry. You know what, let me take a little stop and a breather. Perios is saying this is the area from the demo. Way cool. It's doing a really good job of, like, teaching through environment. It's honestly, only thing it's taught us is, like, stab, swap weapon, and throw spear. And the rest of it we've just learnt from context, which you know I'm a huge fan of. Oi, you bastard! Oh no, you get back here. Come on, kids, you can get yourself out of here. It's only malnutrition. The fighting. Was that you, my lord? Yes, it is I! Walter Boatman. I thought you were lost. Lord, why do they hate us so much? I pocketed this key from the guard on his rounds. Doop-de-doo apples and pears. Our companions, my lord. Some still gasp, captured in their cages like slaves. Is he dead or sleeping or you good? Good? Yeah, he's fine. Don't worry about him, everybody. He's fine. Hi-ho, Captain, away here. Aha! Check me out. Busting spears, kicking ass. Tokuno says the thing that always amazed me is how some games can make animations that connect so very swimmingly with pixel art. Abso-heckin-lutely. Yeah, I tell you what, I'm gonna start looking to see if I know anybody that does like top tier pixel art stuff. Because like Rain World was a lot of procedural animation, which is by no means less impressive, but a very different style, you know. Aha! Boat! Skeletons. That'll be the secretions. Ah, those are grapple points. Interesting. Sorry, I'm slowly learning. Yeah, you know what, Kestrel, you're right. That guy's probably just super duper sleeping. Like, really restful. Oh. I don't know if I was supposed to do that. That seems bad. Yes, little one, I hear the war drums. I can hear the world fading. Thousands of my children and their lost cries. The harpoon? Here? I've seen this moment before. Ah, doggone broke my favorite little tiny person. Damn it. A captain with no boat. Who are you, fool? Coming for... or just more walking morsel for me to devour? Is anyone else hungry? Did you eat? We crushed them and cooked them and ate them! All! Hi-ho, wizard away! Oh, no hacky slashy. Well, what do we have here? A rotten wood repeater. An automatic crossbow can fire at high rate. The latest in rotten wood technology. Tokuna says, Will, are you a fan of making your own tea mixers? I enjoy doing it. It's not something I've had a lot of time to do. In fact, I've still got leftover tea that's been given to me, like loose leaf, for fucking donkeys. At the moment, I don't know. I've got like an orange blend that I really enjoy, but that's pre-bagged, so I tend to just be like, 1 bag black tea, 1 bag orange tea, fill with boiling water, drink. Not the most sophisticated moments, and I could probably stand to start taking some more time to faff around with stuff like that, but yeah, that's the extent of my tea drinking at the moment. Yeah, the power of gun. Oh, actually, speaking of games that do a great job of conveying a little, the animation is fluid to the point of reminding me of Samurai Gun. Oh, discovered a map. Show it to the boatman to uncover a new destination. Okay, so I'm limited by crossbow bolts. So, but I can swap between them. Alright. I've actually got to stash them and make a bunch of them. But, Tokuna, to, I guess, answer your question a little bit more, I'm a big fan of it. And... oh, hello. Come on, man, you can do it. I believe in you. Well, now I just feel guilty. Wait. Is he going to keep giving me... I could use the secondary weapon. Could use a secondary weapon, but I don't want to. Boom! Got your head. Did he die? I don't feel like I got him. Did I get him? Tenwin, Watto! I'll tell you what is going on over here. What is going on over here is this Devolver Digital published banger that, in a moment of fiscal stupidity, I acquired for today. Because I didn't want to risk embargo breaking on one of the games that we could have played today, and the other one was way too weird. Yeah, Cat Exile, he didn't do well in Fall Guys. What if this is what Fall Guys actually looks like from the outside? And the squishy, bouncy loveliness that we see is like a... Oh, crap. Okay, firstly... I'll take as many of these little munchkins as you've got, buddy. I enjoy killing these little bad words. Oh, you fucking bad word! Who's that? Quasi-Watto, friend! Welcome to the adventures of Walter Boatman, hack and slasher extraordinaire. Yeah, no, he just... Oh. Feckin' tiny bad words. Yeah, welcome to the adventures of Sir Walter Boatman. And while Walter Boatman is a successful harpoonist, not the greatest of captain, let's be honest. Quasi, how was your day? Okay, I mostly deserved that. I was facking around there. Quasi went well, finished a short Mario stream. Lovely, lovely. Work is pain, but I'll focus on the good stuff. That's the best way of doing it. To get better at doing that myself sometimes. Ah, and as we have murdered everything, the way is clear. Onward. Okay, I see you up there. Oh! Delicious tree water. Don't mind if I do. But yeah, today has been... Oh, God. A little off script, a little off schedule. But the conversation has been great. The company has been excellent. And this game is utterly gorgeous. It does so much with so little. Like... Fucking hell. Yeah. I might blep at Floydo, see what, like, if there's some names for the techniques they use in this that get so much leverage out of so little, so many chunky-ass pixels.
Speaking of which, thanks for being part of the good stuff. Off to put the kiddo to bed, but he'll be lurking.
Oh, Quasi, thank you. That's 500 bits, yo. Thank you kindly. I have not been doing great today, so I do not feel like I am necessarily part of the good bits, but you lot keep me going, so thank you. Thank you. And yes, Aperios, I have noticed the little dots. You can chain up a combo with those, but if you use the spear to head in and then chain up a combo, you get the momentum of your spear with it, and you can do those huge, like, yellow shockwave attacks. It's fucking glorious. Cursed with a Watto. so that's what I gotta aim for. God, this game's good. Got any more of those little minions for me? Oh, crap. Crap! Double crap. And I definitely dig the whole, oh, crud vapors. Holy fucking a bin bag! What is exploding? Darn it. Darn it! Oh, bleeding Nora. Guess there's no harm in using the crossbow, right? God damn, that thing's hideous. Sorry, I didn't even get 2 seconds to talk to you all there. Ah, key from the sky. One of the keys of the Shadow Gate. Oh, Faraday, that's lovely. Your path back home brightens. And Tenwin, I don't think the Samurai Jack, or at least the Aku comparison's unfair. Like, that does a really good job of giving us a very simple... Hang on. Oh, I'm so sorry there. I was just saying, it gives us a very good job of having quite a simple villain design that, when things kick up a notch, it unfurls in strange and twisted ways. All about that. Black boxes were the evil doing of the Rottenwood clan, crafted to seal creatures and relics alike. To open one was to invite tragedy in. Knock knock, who's there? Tragedy! It's a regular person, the most terrifying of monsters. One key to rule them all. One spear to stab them. Oh, okay, so this is showing like the full total that we could get throughout, not just from each level, I think. Father! Father Boatman, I return home with people! Oh man, everyone's looking way better! The castaways were speechless, their old broken hearts filled with warmth and amazement. He's not dead! Her presence alone healed them of fear and pain, and deep within, they felt the birth of a new hope. Excuse me, isn't that a Star War? Thing is, friends, I don't know why I keep making silly jokes. I'm genuinely loving this game. It's a coping mechanism, I guess. They swore to help one another, the castaways and Sir Walter Boatman. But as they shared their hopes, out of the mist came a mysterious boat. You'd eat. Oh, I guess I gotta go say it. I'm gonna go actually say hello. Beep beep, Mother Hubbards. We have come to serve our master again. This is Sir Walter Boatman. He brought down the yellow cloak and rescued a captive. Shouldn't he be rewarded for doing so? Old man, who do you think you know of this? This is Lady heiress to the kingdom. She is the very land you walk on and the very sea you sail. Why reward this barbarian with his cursed harpoon? He has rocked the fragile balance of the... Oh, I'm sorry, your lady. I'm sorry, your ladyship. I was just berating the poor people, as we rich people are often meant to do. We serve Lady... again. Feck you! I'm taken aback. Go home, strangers! Rich people, oot! Oh, sorry, Deus adding, Will sure is having a hell of a time. Wait, Will's gonna have a hell of a time when he sees it. Wait, what? What? Hang on, what? You feckin' what? Alright, that is something I will have to look at off of stream. The mashup I am not ready for. Sorry, old guy, I can't hear you. I'm just getting my cool treasures. Cool. Got some bamboo, some claws. And for 25 gold, that's a feckin' investment. We're getting that back. Alright, old man, just get back to your whole opium nonsense. You've got creepy arms and you creep me out. Alright, so looks like we have enough goodies to make magic feathers that slash through enemy ranks, or steal vitality from your enemies. Ooh. Aside from the bones, doesn't seem too many of them share resources. Generates electricity. Vitality theft is quite delicious. But then so are magical feathers. Salem says the video is probably worth a watch between closing game and credits time. Do I need to... Is it going to get me in trouble with the Dumser? The Dumser, as I like to refer to it. And Deus, remember, why eat the rich when you can yeet the rich? Trebuchets are always the answer. Mate, who are you talking to? I'm not listening. He's just by himself being like, Oh, that lady's right beautiful. Oh, I make hats for a living with me long arms. Alright, you're making me useful things, but I need you to... Okay, that's more of a hat question. I wonder what shade would match the harpoon's yellow. Musashi's like, it's alright, Will. They've got friends on the other side. Alright. Magical feathers or leeching the vitality of our opponents. Can't decide. Hop chop. Hop chop. Hop chop. Ami's recommending Life Leech. I'm okay with that. Life Leech. Okay, but I don't know if this changes your fact. The magical murder feathers seem to be kind of like a fancy tricorn of sorts. Life Leech is a backwards baseball cap. Are we too rude a dude to rescue the princess from the yellow cloaked monster? Why would they give me the power to do this? They know I'm a Dengus. You can gain the power to steal the very life force of your foes, extending your own mortality for years to come. But you'll have to dress like a douchebag. Decisions. Does anyone have any opinions of tricord versus backwards baseball cap? Ugh. I mean, if it's a choice between, you know, two equidistant functionality, we've got to go with style. And my days of being even modicumly stylish are over. Navalis is going Tricon on aesthetics. Kessel's like, I never liked the backwards baseball cap. I've always been kind of same. I think Ami Masashi's right. The backwards baseball cap is the correct mechanical choice. But when have I ever let that stop me? You've unlocked a new hat. Combat charges a yellow gauge to unleash the hat's powers. Ooh. Very fancy hat. Look at that. So fancy. I feel a little bit bad because the hat person with the creepy arms has been talking at us the whole time, and I've just been ignoring him. Excuse me, fancy hat coming through. Oh, you're right there. Oak Tide was built before you arrived. After the Great Storm, the tide carried fallen oak trees here, allowing the castaways to build these docks. The storm gives just as it takes away. That's a pretty good metaphor you got there. Lord Faraday. Soup. Delicious soup. The spears are for fishing, or more. I have run into the Rottenwood filth before. Don't worry, Strutzy McSamurai a lot will help you out. Wake up! Oh, it's only 50 for a bit more health? Yeah. Done and done. Anything cool hanging out in our house? Nothing's really going on here. Though I do like that you grab your kit and gear as you kind of come in and out the house. It's a little touch, but I love it. Ami Masashi, I don't know why the Moor creatures are so feckin' cute, but they are. I'm getting like a Hedy Lamarr vibe from him, you know what I mean? New map for you, sir! So I guess there's nothing stopping us, like, revisiting other areas. So, like, we could hit Shadow Creek again if we wanted to. And the Shadow Gate itself. Oh, but Waterfall is where Lady What's-Her-Face is. And I do like causing trouble. So, let's go cause some trouble. Enough focusing on the past. Now, let's focus on the past. Red feathered hat, you better believe it. Style for days, style for days. Alright, I've got water, Masashi. And I will make sure to give River plenty of attention later. Oh. Lovely, I can just hack down a bunch of stuff and get free resources. Don't mind if I... Don't mind if I do. Oh. What was that? What could go wrong, friends? Excuse me, hello, excuse me. Oh, we have to return our gear before we go past, alright. I tipped my hat to you, but they made me take it off. Just gonna guzzle that all down. Cool, you've known her for 5 seconds and you're just drinking alright, cool. Truly a man of the high seas. What's in this? Does it matter? Not really. Glug, 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 glug. Farewell, epic sax guy. You leave with our hopes and dreams. Oh, but we got a free key. I'll always miss you. Did we just get thrown out? Oh, shit, and chips. Oh, God! Father! Father! Father Boatman! Papa! My dad! When are you coming over? Worth it. MDH, I don't know what I did! Chances are that was Lady Urge's sanctuary and you disturbed her, so she left. And Kestrel, you'll notice that even before I saw your message of, do it again, I already did it again. I mean, we got a key and we need those, so I guess. But the chances that I deeply offended them in some manner, I mean, friends, hello, it's me. Actually surprisingly well-mannered in formal situations. And that's why I'm such a...
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
I always knew you were a sharp lad, but you didn't need to take it so literally.
Dins, how are you doing, friend? Again, 11 months, you legend. How you been doing? Sorry, Dins, I just... forgive me for being a little discombobulated. It was just meant to be a thank you. Din says, survived the semester, doing finals. Finals grading. Only a couple of outright failures. Ah, my people. Full damage! One more castaway returned to safety. What did I just do? Yeah, Dins, I keep reading the title as Ouija, which is why I cannot say this for love nor money, because it's one of those games where how to pronounce it and... That we're good. How to pronounce it and how it's spelt feel like they're somewhat disconnected. Alright, not quite ready for there yet. But yeah, glad to hear things haven't been too busy with your good self. Oh! Well, he's not going to be in Rush Hour 3. Well, to Dreamer, I take that as a compliment. Oh yeah, and Dins, if this is the first you're seeing of this, the combat in this is glorious. I mean, because I know you played a whole bunch of Dust Force and things like that. There is a technical level to this combat that's glorious. It's primarily a story game, but it's absolutely flexing its combat chops, if you will. That seems like a bad idea. Like, the movement in this is absolutely glorious. It's really hard to see in here. Did I just do good? What have I found? Bloody Ewoks? What did he? Yar, I don't know what I'm doing. Apparently, I'm just, like, bankrolling this teeny tiny lost Jawa. Is there a gamma adjust in this? No. Okay. I don't know if you lot can see better than me on this one. Oh, but yeah, Din's nothing massive to report over here. Games industry's had a very weird week that kind of bled over into the rest of the world, which was fascinating. I think we're starting to get kind of into the deluge of post-Christmas releases, of which there are so many. Oh yeah, and this came out today. You know, I'm not usually kind of like leap on things the moment they're out sort of titles, but our planned schedule for the day got thrown out the window, so this is what I'm doing. Hanging out in a dark, near invisible... in a dark, near invisible underground hellscape. Giving money and apples to a tiny Jawa, apparently. Okay, yeah, he's out of stuff to give us. Yeah, keep trading until you get R2. I was taking damage. I think I was taking damage from the... Greetings? I was taking damage from... he kept summoning, like, little monsters that were going... alongside of the OTD! Yo! You got a sweet hat! I've got a sweet hat! You're a castaway. Our people, our houses. Nothing but dust. Once we lived in peace, but with him. He hides in the bush in that filthy grove. Alright, I'll go kick his ass for you if you want. But first. Cha-ching. Yeah, the Sweet Hat Club. They should come join our little island for that exact reason. Like, I don't even know if I'm on the beaten path, off the beaten path right now. And I'm okay with that. And then there's this guy. Doesn't seem to be against us per se, just... It's like, buddy, if you want to follow us, we're down. Come on, you can make it. We believe in you. Come on, buddy. One foot in front of the other. Come meet the other guy with the sweet hat. Come on, you got this. You got this. Okay, you got nothing. Peace out, buddy. Hey, friends, I don't know if I'm where I'm supposed to be. I don't know if I'm doing this right. I have no clue. Like... Ah, lovely to meet yous. Ow! Feckin' bloody twig. Sorry about that. Amy says, when you stand next to him as the rotating bone spins, I think it's like a lottery of items. I think you're right. Woohoo! Saving people! Now, Ross says, so like everyday life then? Somewhat, yes. Right, flute music's coming from the other side. Fucking plants doing my damage. And I'm pretty sure Flute Guy was the one that said he was going to kick our ass. Ow! Feckin' plants, man. think I just did something bad. It made it sound like I did something bad. I think I did something bad. I might just be pushing buttons and getting myself into trouble here. Apparently I am unwittingly down the renegade path. Oh, it's you again? So the Song of Fortune called you out. That's the name of the song I play. Psh. You stole that off SoundCloud, don't even try. Something Tan-Tan. That's most likely, but not his fate. Right? Oh. Don't make it weird. Defiler's a very strong term. Okay, there's been a little bit of defiling. Not quite full defiler territory. This seems like a terrible idea. Let's go check it out. You know what? I'm gonna just take a beat here. So, how are you all doing? So, Dins, what have you been up to, friend? I saw you were doing a lot of Hades stuff, and I have been studiously avoiding Hades playthroughs, which is why you haven't seen my good self. Nothing against your... You know I love lurking quite happily in your stuff. Again, yeah, I'd love to say that there's interesting things going on, but... Honestly, like, Guinea Pig Nation's taken up a lot of the not here time. We've got 2 foster boys at the moment who haven't really warmed up to us yet. And because I can't cuddle the nuggets, I haven't gotten too attached, so we might be okay. Might be okay. But yeah, it's pretty much just doing my thing, keeping the nuggies and us alive, and... Yeah, I know it doesn't make for very exciting stories. I have a half-built Big Zam, and that's about it. Yeah, Guinea Pig Nation's been doing real well. It's just guinea pigs, that's it. It's since Guinea Pig Nation, or the Tower of Nugs was constructed, it's become like a little like multicam stream, and it's doing real lovely. Hey, guinea pigs, that's it. That's the show. What else has been going down? Yeah, Sam and Dean are doing good. Though I believe it's little Dean's got like a scratch on the side of his nose, which is a little worrying. Hopefully it's not like a serious condition or something. Because if it is a condition, nothing bad would happen to him per se, but we would have to send him back to the rescue. Because we don't have the funds to cover 2 sickly nuggets, you know what I mean? Little Anya is worth every penny. But I don't think we could actively take on another guinea pig that would need a lot of vet trips. Yeah, it is fitting. Dean always was the troublemaker. The younger brother as well. They're both adorable, but still very terrified of us. But it's not like sending them back to a pet store. Like, they're not going to get put down if they get sent back to the rescue. It just means they're going to go in kind of like the care group. Sam was the younger brother. Okay, It's 1,000 years since I've watched it. The younger one is the one with the problems. Alright, let's murder something. Oh, I'm about to get my ass kicked, aren't I? This is going to be full-on samurai gun levels, I can tell. Oh, darn it! Ugh. He's not going to fight me because I need 3 magical keys. Well, back we go. It was a fun idea while it lasted. Oh, you're dead already? There we go. That's what I was trying to grab. I guess the other little tiny minion AXA completely sent themselves straight into the abyss. Good work with that one, dingus. I hear the Didge nearby. Knock, knock. Do you have keys? No? Then no fights for you. I can shoot explosions out of my hands. Why am I beholden? Oh, this is very nice. Immediately wrecks it. Ha-ha! Sometimes, friends, you just got to say, no full damage! Ooh, what's this? Father! Got an extra dock. Oh yeah, Dins, my ship in a bottle collection is looking very nice. And Nero says this game is super weird, like Return to Zork. Actually, I do know what you mean. The free-form exploration of this feels very thusly. Like, in a few sections it feels like the path... Oh, there's nothing bloody there. So, well, if you're not going to survive long enough for me to kick your ass, I'm going to be thoroughly disappointed. And what's this person's deal? Their whole ninja magic nonsense. Can't even stick around for a bloody conversation. I tell you, the art of conversation is just lost these days, my friends. It's just lost. Well, actually, if I remember rightly, there was one more... There was one more gap here that we could go through. So let's go have and explore. Oh, Din's got to focus on... He's got to lurk and focus on grading. Definitely picking this up. Well... I mean, I've seen you play Dust Force. I know you're going to love this. Oh, demonic bad word. Why did I take damage over there? What was going on? You just started a fight in the nowhere. Oh, okay. That is fascinating. So we can use the mouth. We're freeing people like a good person. I hope I didn't accidentally drown that guy. Ah, my feeties! Damn it, that hurt. Oh, that was my feeties again. Okay, so I just blew off both my feeties. That was ill-advised, to say the very least. Now, Rothman, that's how I like to be rescued. Dropped from a high place in a cargo cage into some water. I mean, that's gotta be safe, right? It's like there's tiny demons in some of those boxes. It's very strange. XO was saying, the more I watch Scott Pilgrim, the more I truly appreciate the art of filmmaking. Never understand why the film flopped. Okay, reset the clock! If you have a look at Movies with Mikey's episode about it, it goes into more detail as to why it wasn't a fiscal success. But no arguments here, like... It's a fucking glorious title. Ow! Darn it. Everyone's learning the thing I've known for so long. Water bad. Quasi says, gonna start cheering whenever he mentions Movies with Mikey. It's better than resetting the clock. Well, I'm gonna do it a bunch. I don't want you to think I'm doing it just to secure monies from you. Ah, here we go. Gotta be all smart nonsense. Would you look at that, tiny glowing bottle, people? And those are definitely some corpses. It's like, oh good. Loads and loads of corpses. So many corpses. God, you know they're just going to be nice and chewy ripe, those ones. And Vanderbeest, thank you for refilling the pint glass. Boatsman, you're a sailor. How could you not swim? Devil fruit. Yeah, no, definitely devil fruit. But XO, if you enjoyed Scott Pilgrim, absolutely have a look at Edgar Wright's other stuff, because He's one of those creators that loves putting layers upon layers. One of my personal favorites of his is The World's End. I mean, I'm a big fan of the Cornetto trilogy. Shocking, I know. But mostly because I loved Spaced, and that was a big part of my youth. Oh, you want to go? Oh, you were... Oh! Yes! This game is amazing! This game is glorious. Sorry, you have to forgive me. I'm not being my most communicative of selves, but feckin' hell. Cave is calm again. That's great. After what's-his-face just threw us to the... Not the walls, but threw us to the walls? God, wait a... Well, and so, Exo, the reason why I mention The World's End is out of all of the films from the Cornetto trilogy, that is the one with the most amount of layers on. Like, you can watch that 9-10 times and still find little details within it. The way in which it... yeah. No. I highly recommend Naroth going back and giving it another few watches, because it's... Like, you can go as many layers deep on that movie as you want and still come back with something, you know? You can go layers deep on literally anything if you feel like it, but very rarely do you get rewarded for it. I am once again reminded of the exceptional Till Death Do Us Blart, a podcast where a group of people meet up once a year to rewatch Paul Blart Mall Cop. I think it's Paul Blart Mall Cop 2. Which is essentially like an exercise in torture, but amuses me. And it's the deconstruction of both the self and the movie through it is feckin' hilarious. Baby Driver is a wonderful example of the use of music and cinema together. If you want to go way back, there's I believe with Noel Fielding and a couple of the Bush era individuals doing a music video for a band whose name escapes me, and that was an Edgar Wright special. And it's just a guy as a getaway driver waiting in the car for everyone to show up. And despite being one person in a car for the entirety of it, it's like impactful and dynamic. But yeah, The World's End is definitely one to give a chance again. Like, I mean, I'll give you a little one. Every single one of the pub names is a precursor to what will happen. Like, I can't speak about like the craft of movies and how these things come about. I can't speak about the industry as to how we get individuals like, you know, Edgar Wright in those positions. And I will admit that Scott Pilgrim vs. the World definitely killed a lot of projects as it went down, despite being, in my opinion, a very, very good movie. But like I said, it's not an industry that I know. I can't tell you why those things happen. For a lot of us in the UK, we grew up with Spaced, which was a 2-season telly show with Simon Pegg and Nick Frost, which for a lot of us was a reflection of our late teens. I mean, hell, my friend can still quote massive swaths of it verbatim, as can I. Okay, again, friends, I feel like I simultaneously understand and do not understand anything that's going on right now. Do you know what I mean? Ooh. Looks like we're delivering another pizza, friends, and the pizza is us. I guess that's one of the reasons why I try not to talk too much about... Oh, actually, we'll return to Oaktide. We can explore the other pieces. I try not to talk too much about movies because, you know, my opinions are no different than anyone else who's kind of like deep dive into nerdery. All right, rescued a crewman. Wild reeds grow in the muddy waters. Strong and flexible. Green feather. Claws. Rescued 3 people. Got a bunch of goodies. Oh yeah, so I don't want to go too much into cinema, apart from, I guess, like, elevating the stuff that I like. Because... You barely touched your food, my lord! That's because I was out there eating, like, shit tons of apples and just having a good time. But check it out! We've got, like, plants and stuff. Our little room's coming together. So yeah, I don't want to be another uneducated voice trying to say exactly how it is. But I do feel that there are still lessons that... Okay, lessons is the wrong term. There's still concepts and ideas that we can take from parts of cinema forward. I feel trying to emulate it is wrong, but looking at how some creators, especially people like Edgar Wright, tell their stories with a visual medium, there's things that we can learn about how we do interactive mediums. Sorry to smash all your stuff. Not actually gonna get anything right now. Might in a bit. Make your boy look shiesty. Oh, feckin' hell. EXO, you mentioned the old names. View, bleed Nora. EXO saying they worked cinema operator at View using digicams. So when the Grand Budapest Hotel was coming out, we sent a little slip. We got sent a little slip from Wes Anderson himself. Yo! Saying it would arrive on reels and we had to go through some special setup for the film. So for 4 screens, we did the old style reel cameras. Oh, that's feckin' cool. No, don't apologize for that. That's a lovely little story. And I'm not saying the difference is one is clearly superior to the other, but it does affect the experience in a nice way. I got to see the, I think it's the 88mm showing of The Hateful Eight. The Hateful Eight, still something that boggles my tiny mind. But it's like the biggest budget stage production of all time. And they shot it in a real old school, as it's 70mm. Thank you, EXO. And getting to see that in that format in a big screen for a showing was fascinating. The irony being that it's a film that is entirely character performance and dialogue. Lord Faraday, Guitarman, Signman, Foodman, this is I haven't touched my food, so I'm chugging all this good soup. Oh yeah, blah 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 blah. Alright, what you got for me? Some shiny feathers and a bone. You'll give me more stuff! Don't die! Salem says they caught the Hateful Eight Roadshow as well. Cinerama used to have a cool 70mm film series before the new ownership group burned it metaphorically to the ground. That's a real shame. Ooh, no longer fear the acid. Combos without receiving damage increase attacks and run speed. That's never gonna happen. I'm down for acid hat. I mean, it's the same style we've got, but it's green. Done. Oh, it's even more styling! Because the feathers was pretty cool, but it only really worked in a few select situations, but acid for days. Oh yeah, and Amy, yeah, we can only do one hat at a time. We actually have to decide when we disembark what we're going to be using. So it gives us a reason to revisit areas. Oh, what's this one up here? Oh, that's the speedy combo one. Now, there is something worth talking about that we don't really talk about in game. Okay, we talk about this a lot, but it's not really discussed in the greater space, is the environment with which we play games. Every now and then there'll be a new horror game that comes out. Oh, now Roth, have a lovely rest of your evening. Give your spouse the absolute love from us in the Longship, and have a lovely day, or evening, or time travel. Sorry, I'm on Gallifreyan time today, you know what I'm saying? But we don't talk a lot about how we experience games, and this is something I think about a lot. Every time a new horror game comes out that's the new scary, you know, your Outlasts, your Resi 7s, your, I don't know, pick one that kind of like is the new big scare. And there's a discussion about, you got to play it with headphones with the lights off. But that's one of the few times we ever really talk about how we experience games, like the environment in which we do it. Sometimes setting the mood, setting the stage can drastically change an experience. I'm trying to think of some great examples off the top of my head, but sadly only Bucket Squad's seminal Divinity Original Sin 2 springs to mind. That it's a great game. So like, full VO, wonderful cast of characters, far beyond your usual fantasy archetypes. But if you play that co-op with 3 other people, the experience is so much more. It adds the potential for discourse and mischief. It adds the potential of teams at odds with each other. It puts a situation where if a moral quandary is placed upon your team, you can disagree. Can you imagine the same system with Knights of the Old Republic? Like, holy feck. There's something that changes so much about the experience of. Now, there was a chat before Telltale went under about group viewings of games, which is something that hasn't really been revisited outside of like Quibbage. About Jackbox games or otherwise, where the game is enhanced by a large audience together. And I don't mean like us hanging out here. I mean like large audience participation. If you didn't see it, what Telltale started doing with their later games was allowing for basically like mass group voting. The idea of like, if you have a shit ton of people in a bar together playing like Telltale's Batman, that everybody can use their phones to kind of like vote along and stuff like that, or do it kind of like as a group, almost stage presentation, you know, like votes by popular quickfire kind of thing. And again, it changed the experience a whole bunch. Now, whether for good or evil, I couldn't tell you. One of the reasons why I've been avoiding the video game version of Gloomhaven is because the board game version needs to be played in a very specific way. Like, you need to have 3 other friends who are willing to commit to a campaign of Gloomhaven that are going to play together. It doesn't have to be every week, but it's only going to be that team. And if you do that with Gloomhaven, oh boy, that game rewards you. That's why it's so highly rated. And I'm trying to think, like, are there any examples that you can think of, friends, where, you know, games that are enhanced by playing them in a certain way or playing them with, you know, a certain group of peoples? I mean, the obvious ones that spring to mind is obviously things like Unfortunate Specimen, which playing that in pub groups online is pretty trash. But playing it with a group of friendos, wonderful. Especially when the kind of, you don't always want to betray your friends, but sometimes it's hilarious. And yes, I know, Will's a cackling maniacal bastard. Navalis, the Blackout Club. That's a good point. I have been advising people to find little teams to just play it as little groups. And I think it rewards you for playing it thusly. I've started using the term season to taste when it comes to things like that, but I think for the group experience it's something more. Using season to taste when it comes to mods is a great thing I put into my vocab. It removes a lot of the idea that, you know, changing the difficulty of a title like dilutes its experience. And I also feel like this is different from that. So like XCOM 2, one of my favorite games, you don't need me to tell you. But I personally play with a certain subset of mods. It feels more like a ramen order than a board game, do you know what I mean? You start with the same base ingredients, but you add the stuff that you like to get it to how you want. But I'm not thinking about it like that, because those experiences become something else. Like, I'm trying to think of a really good example. It's like red wine with red meat. No, that's not a good one if you're not a drinker. But you can see what I'm saying. In the same way that, you know, having the 70mm film reel experience in a cinema, ideally one with ugly grown-ups, can actually enhance some of the experience. Do you know what I mean? Or have I gone completely doolally tap, friends? One of my favorite shows on YouTube, which, okay, it's a 2-season and done, called People Watching, has a great episode called People Should Be Allowed to Talk During Movies, and I'm a big proponent of that. Not people nattering during movies, but the idea that a group experience is a shared experience rather than a solitary one. Like, those great moments in cinema where something happens and the audience generally goes, yes! Or the twist. You know, I come from a village where we think it's the 1900s and someone goes, like, there's something about that almost theatre-like element that I'm real for. And I'm trying to think if there's much with games that have that. Perry says they went and saw the Hateful Eight 70mm showing in Redmond. It was pretty great. Oh, that's way cool. I mean, there have been some experiences that we've done which have been not necessarily improved, but definitely changed. When we did Heaven's Vault, we did that together. You know, we solved the languages together. We worked through the puzzles together. And I think that gave it a different kind of flavor, you know what I mean? I thoroughly enjoyed it. I've actually got a game possibly for next week. Alright, I haven't done the schedule for next week, so feck it. But I've got a game where we're going to try and uncover a CIA conspiracy together. And we literally have to go sorting through files, pinning stuff up and working it out. Wait, did he get his boat back already? Or is that just someone in the random? No, that's just somebody trundling by. A lot of boats for an area that was desolate. I'm not trying to encourage elitism. I'm not trying to say that, oh, well, if you didn't play this video game in this way, you absolutely didn't truly understand it. But yeah, there are environments that change things drastically. Because video games are still a commercial product at the end of the day, that does mean that... Oh, okay, so we can go from there and hit that bit. And then we've still got a couple of keys to grab. Sorry. Games are still a commercial product, and the more expensive they are, the more people need to play it. So that means that if you have a gameplay mode that requires multiple people, the more people that have to be there to play it, the more you're potentially excluding users that don't like to play with others. Let's try Acid Hat. Okay, sorry, I'm dancing around a point here. Resident Evil 5. Resident Evil 5 is always a very divisive game to talk about in the Resident Evil community because for some people it's a trash dumpster fire. It took the suspense and horror that underlit Resident Evil 4's experience. For others, it was a fecking great time with friends that had some really great moments in. And friends, 9 times out of 10, the difference is whether or not the user played it solo or played it with a friend to start. Can't kill the birds. Salen says, do light gun games fit in there somehow? Feck yes! Salen, that's a great example. Light gun games. You can play them in a myriad of different ways, but playing them with the actual physical peripheral is the way it should be done. Because to play it like mouse and keyboard or otherwise, you're doing yourself a great disservice. Kind of like, Metal Slug. You can buy a shit ton of Metal Slug games on Steam right now, and you can just play them. However, with unlimited lives, they're very much just like a, how much do you want to run and gun and explode things? You know, the lives and the continues don't matter when you can just give yourself infinite credits. And I find that feckin' fascinating. Salen says, you could probably make the claim that Crystal Chronicles is the best form in its vein. Oh, yeah. Because that's what? GameCube game, 4 GBAs, 4 link leads, right? Oh, check me a Watto! We're talking about games that are best played in a certain way. Because we were talking about cinema stuff. XO was talking about movies they'd had to deal with way back in the day that came on physical film reels at the behest of their directors. And so I was talking about, you know, it's not often we discuss in games that games need to be played a certain way. I mean, hell, Salem, we mentioned it earlier, and it's a really good hyperbole example. Steel Battalion. You could play Steel Battalion with the controller, probably, but it would not be a good experience. The greatness of that game comes from having the full dual stick, pedals, buttons, the whole shebang. Having to panically worry about flicking the eject button and mashing out so you don't lose your save. Like, it loses something if you just had to push a keyboard. Salem says that one totally locks you out without a controller. I believe that was the case, but I mean, if you were a clever Mother Hubbard, you could map the buttons to keys on the keyboard and have a controller for the main stuff, I guess. But it's not the same experience. Oh, it's already saved that person. But nothing that says I can't hoard up and get a couple extra credits here and there. A couple extra doubloons. Oh, nice. So the shock attack just unleashes a bunch of acid. I could get used to that. And sorry for focusing on Resident Evil. I guess thanks to the 8-foot vampire lady, I've just got Res Evil on the brain these days. But that seems fine. I'm going to head on in there. One of my favourite games was Resident Evil, I believe, Gun Survivor. And it's not a good Resident Evil game. It's got a pretty... At least the second one's got a pretty naff story that kind of, sort of tracks like a... It's not... Haha! Secrets. What? That kind of tracks a similar path to, like, budget Resident Evil 3. But the game, oh my word, the game. So you play it like a standard Resident Evil game to start with. Tank controls, you rotate left and right, you're moving around a ship. But when you draw your gun, as you would do usually with one of the triggers in a standard Resident Evil experience, when you do that, it goes into a first-person view. And what you're meant to do is then use a light gun to shoot. So what you do, you get a controller and a light gun, you run around, and then you have to actually draw and fire at zombies. And it creates this wonderful, like, panicked experience. Because you do have your camera locked in. You have to steady and aim yourself. Like, emulating this idea that you really are, like, carefully planning each shot. You're not just running and gunning willy-nilly. You don't have 1,000 rounds of ammo. And when you miss, God, you feel it. Like, it got to the point where I kind of made, like, a makeshift harness here. So I could be like, game, drop the pad in my lap, and then draw. That felt feckin' cool. But if you play that game just as a standard game, it's awful. Sadly, as much as I don't want it to be, the Resident Evil Gaiden on the Game Boy is still pretty bad. I always wanted it to be more than it was. Don't worry, everybody, he's fine. Oh, look, there's 2 of them down there. Let's go have some fun. Jumping back in, so Earl says, imagine, if you will, playing Rock Band on a PSP, where instead of holding a guitar-shaped chunk of plastic and pushing buttons, instead, you're just pushing the face buttons. It doesn't have the same feel of cool that made Rock Band awesome. Abso-feckin-lutely. God, so many titles tried to do that rhythm game peripheral craze on non-standard. I believe for the Game Boy, there was actually buttons on the... Sorry, for the DS, there was actually buttons on the drop screen. No, and Earl, it's absolutely on point. I think that's more the manufacturers attempting to put a successful product into a market without really believing that it can. Alright, I know you 2 are here. I was about to say, I know you're back here! Don't make me cut you, you know I will. Alright, look, there's 4 of you here, and I haven't had a good scrap in tens of minutes. Yeah, no, he's super fine. No, I really think those kinds of experiences are very, very interesting. I'm not saying that we should herald peripheral-based games as the, you know, as the gold standard, because it does make me sad that, like, I can't just show you all Steel Battalion and how good it is. And Sadlin, I think you're onto another winner as well. Notice we're listing a lot of, like, Sega-era good stuff. Sadlin just saying that the Sega Bass fishing games are a great example because the physical fishing controller makes such a difference. It's much, much harder to play, but it gives it more of a tactile experience. You can just play it on controller, but it's nowhere near the same. Sorry, there's someone nearby who's all like, oh no, I'm having such a bad time. It's like, wow, buddy. Don't make it all about you. Oh, cool. This is bad. And Fearless, good evening to you. This is Very bad. I think that guy's okay. Woohoo! More bottled ships. Thank you. Oh, God. Oh, feckin' I thought I'd fallen on that bloke. I was a bit worried there. You two are fine. Don't worry about it. Oh, yes. Earl, you have got my measure down very well at the moment. So, Earl's talking about Silent Scope. Silent Scope, if you've never heard of it, was a series of arcade games where it looked like a standard light gun game. You know, you had the big chunky peripheral, not too dissimilar from some of the bigger like Aliens and post-Aliens shooty arcade cabs, where the gun would actually be set on a swivel and you'd aim down here, but you couldn't physically lift it off. Silent Scope was a sniping game. So you have the standard screen, which shows like an environment, usually a big old open space. But you look through the scope, and there's a different screen in there that allows you to actually zoom in and be like a cool sniper. The first time I was introduced to a Dave & Buster's, which, by the way, like well, I guess, was I teen? Anyway, young Will was blown away by. I ran around with my little card, and I think I cleared 2 different Silent Scope cabs that night. There's also the same night I got to play the Battletech Tesla pods. So good. But that's one that absolutely does not work as a standard. When you just have a reticle that you can zoom in and move around, nah. God, yeah, that was so feckin' good. But I mean, that was towards definitely at the end of arcades as viable, but where like Sega and a few other arcade makers, the weaved ones, oh good, this is terrible. Also a great screensaver. Alright, well, you lot are safe from desecration. Sorry, yeah. Towards the end of kind of like the arcade boom, Sega started moving more and more into like arcades as rides. So thinking about them more as like a roller coaster ride or an event that you do, rather than being like more long term or translations of other existing games. Yeah, I'm expecting an ambush, Miyake Sakura. Ow. Ow. Quadruple ow. It's alright, I didn't need that health anyway. Oh, I know you all saw that. Ow! It's like, who's stabbing me? Count Fraz, I didn't see anything. What are you talking about? Reflective with, the year is 2048. Man has lived on Mars for 10 years. The internet has beamed into the human brain for the first time. Flying cars are beginning to roll out. The save button is still a floppy disk. Ow! I got one of them. Fuck. That was a deep pain. Oh goody, it gets worse. Anyone else feel like this is a bad idea? Castro was, stop stabbing yourself! Stop stabbing yourself! This is clearly a bad idea. Oh, good old Daytona. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, arcades have always been kind of like a physical experience, and definitely the translation of certain arcade games back into home console formats definitely showed a little bit of that. You have to play it. Like, no, you don't have to play. Sorry, it's real hard not using language that makes it sound like I'm being Captain McGatekeepy. But more that to get the most out of an experience, there are certain best ways to play it. And the arcades, I guess, is the best, easy to point to example of that. But are there any other examples that you all can think of? Not necessarily peripherals, but where it needs to be played in a certain manner. There needs to be a certain, well, even if there's like a ritual to playing, or if there are certain things you need. Alright, look, I know you lot are going to. Ow! Joke's on you, I'm immune to acid! Oh. Yeah, you better run. Shadow grips. Psh. Freezed souls or servants of rotten wood. Meh, I don't care. It's a big spider. I kicked his ass. Bacon Adventures is a reminder of Naruto and the Puppet Master Ninja. God, just give me the Naruto license. Classic musket. A modern weapon with great firepower but short range. Uses black powder. Why do they give me a gun? Hey, sorry, Aaron Hawaii. Watto friend. How are you doing, dude? I've had a bit of a weird day, but we're playing Devolver's latest offering to us. It's shockingly fecking glorious. How are you doing? Earl's adding, I do miss like DDR, pump it up. Too old, body too broken. Oh god, I haven't even tried in ages. I might just use a myriad of excuses now so that I don't have to try again and end up injuring myself in something stupid. EXO...
Who wants to sing?
Oh, Aaron, thank you kindly for the host, yo. Honestly not sure off the top of my head. And bad is certainly subjective. but nothing immediately springs to mind. Let's turn ourselves into a pizza! So yeah, Aaron, we've been just chatting a whole bunch, hanging out here. You're moving back to Oregon. Oregon is closer. Are you doing like Portland proper? Because, I mean, touch wood, once the world is opened up again. Gun. Once the world is opened up again, it's definitely closer than Arizona. You're going to Bend. I mean, flexibility is an important point, sir, but I'm asking you where you're moving. That's a cheap joke that I stole. I mean, each time he's like, sir, you have barely touched your food. I just quaffed like 15 apples in the field and I'm about to drink 4 bowls of soup. Just because you make terrible food, mate, does not mean that I am sans appetite. Oh, little house. Maybe I should get a little bit more health. Yeah. Though I did have 420 for just a second there and I forgot to acknowledge it. I have done a crime. I'll have a second bowl of the good stuff. There we go. Hey, Toe Tails, what ho, friend? Come on in, come on in. You want to see what my marauders have brought for me? As you come in, so too has a shipment of new goods. And the new goods contain treasures, riches, and some bamboo.
Who wants to sing?
So to Busy as Sus, Brutalion, Brawlaltron? Brawlatron. We'll go with that. And Telltale's Watto, friend. How are you doing? Look at all these people coming in with cool kid raids. So the screen's asking, do you already do the pro movement strats with the spear? A little bit. I mean, I'm mostly just enjoying the exploration of this and just wrecking face in fights. The game has not asked us yet to move around in this manner, but it's beautiful. Tulsa in this game looks a lot like Noita. Well, despite its very simple, chunky pixel style, this game is like deep as an ocean. It's got more in common with like Samurai Gun and Zork. If you don't mind me being a complete and utter shill, that's the Humble Store link with my partner tacked on. If you're thinking of grabbing a copy of it and don't mind picking it up via the Humble Store, sincerely appreciated. But yeah, we've been playing this for, I'm going to say like 3.5, 4 hours, and it's bloody marvellous. And EXO, yes, Devolver Digital did publish Carrion. A Hyper Owl. What, old friend? How are you all doing? Oh, Aaron, watch the Shark Game video. Oh, my word. Well, okay. Deus's video of the Shark Day, sentenced to depth, if you will, is very, very good. Yeah, the combo damage doesn't really help us a whole heap. Could have had the theft of vitality, but no. Although I do like the idea of this one. Allow the harpoon to spin like a saw blade. Feck yes. But yeah, Deus's cut of that is feckin' glorious. He also did a cut of us playing the E-Cheese Zone. Oh yeah, we're 3 keys deep, so we can go open some doors. And we can start on the other side. We don't have to faff around. Hyper exhausted code noises. Well, I hope, despite the exhaustion, you are doing well, friend. So, Toll, what were you up to? You came on in with Raid, and I got all nattery into telling you about this game. How was your stream? Tell me your tales. Finished Skelly Boy today. Glorious. Skelly Boy's the one by the Slime Sand team, France, right? Father! 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 Doesn't stop being old. So Skelly Boy was by Umadi Games, German company. Okay, I must be getting a bunch of them mixed up. There's like 3 different parts changing based. Oh, you want to go? Hadouken! Sorry. There's like 3 different skeleton based platformers that all occupy kind of like the same space in my head. Oh, very cool. So I will say, no spoilers from me on After Party, but if you get the chance to play it, it is a narrative experience unlike so many. All right. Oh, you're going to pay for that. And he's dead. All right. EXO, I am full aware it's by the Oxenfree team. They did an absolutely incredible job with it. Let us cross the bridge into territories untold. But also, so Toll, I love the fact that there are so many games kind of articulating on a theme that we can get confused by which particular, like, good-looking skeletal puzzly platformer game are we talking about. Bamf! God, this game's beautiful. And yeah, so, Toll, before you came in, we were having a weird little discussion, well, a good weird discussion, about how, while with certain kinds of cinema, there are specific ways you can experience them that are considered like the true methods. It's not something we talk about so much in games. I was giving the example that we talk about it a lot when it comes to whatever the new scary game is. That, yo, you got to play this game, but if you play it, you got to play it with the lights off and with headphones on. But we don't tend to have that same level of discussion about other titles that definitely benefit from being played a certain way. But it's a hard conversation to have because it's like I'm kind of dodging left and right around being a little gatekeepy, which is absolutely not what I'm about. And especially with what we were talking about when you came on in, was titles that have very specific peripherals required. Now, a Brawl, that's one of the reasons why I was trying not to get too into the weeds, because 2D platformers, have you ever heard of a thing called a hitbox? Because I have met some lovely individuals that will prefer using hitboxes for platformers because of the precision of it. Toll says, like stuff from Control Alt GDC? Not so much that. So like, when we were talking about peripherals, we were talking about, Earl was bringing up Guitar Hero. Guitar Hero, where you just play it with the face buttons instead of the controller, is a very, very different experience. We also brought up Steel Battalion with its massive controller and things like that. But where I was trying to think of titles where they are best played a certain way. I actually used Resident Evil 5 as an example. That it's a game built for co-op, and a lot of the people that had a really good time with that game, that talk about it very fondly, are ones that played it co-op. Ideally, same space co-op, which is what it was designed for and where it really shines. Whereas a lot of individuals that dislike that title, their first experience of it was trying to play it solo, where it doesn't quite land. If you know what I'm saying. Though told, next year, touch wood, Control Alt GDC. I'm just, honestly, next GDC, I'm barely going to take any meetings. I'm just going to go see people. That's just going to be my goal. I'm going to go around, catch up with everybody, and have a bleeding good time of it. And yeah, see, the problem with this conversation is that setting the experience through how we play and through with whom we play and in what environment, I feel is a different conversation than the controller conversation, because like the same game played with different controllers can be a different experience. And which one is the correct one? I mean, I can't imagine playing a game like Hades with a keyboard now, because it just makes the back of my hands ache in thought of just the sheer pain of it. But that's because I'm an old man in the games industry now, you know? I played Jazz Jackrabbit with a keyboard. My hand hurt for like a day afterwards, but I did it. I finished it. Let's do it. Kablamf! That's how doors should open. I'd also say that, like, using the full flight stick combo, or the HOTUS, for those in the know, does drastically change the experience of playing a lot of, like, dogfighting space sims and games like that. Sorry, that was me getting slightly tunnely vision there. Oh, anyone fancy drink? Anyone? No? Oh, this is just a fancy tree. It's not the fancy tree. All right. Free bamboo. Free bamboo. Who wants it? And then there's this guy. Wellity, wellity, wellity. Here we are. My hat's glowing. Don't make me kick your ass. Old shadows, old shadows. Get off your big fancy chair and either scrap or give me the thingy. They bring the harpoon into the hands of a stranger. My brothers! Shall I fall this day? Uh-huh. Are you talking to me or are you talking to them? Sorry, I was looking at you, but talking to her. Oh, God! No! Am I winning? I don't feel like I'm winning. Ow! Fine, you wanna go? I'll feckin' go. Let's frickin' do this. Oh, look at you being all lightning powered. Fine. Yes! First time every time. Don't mind if I do. Aaron, I am winning. Thank you for asking. Oh, hell no, I'm exploring the rest of this cave. So Toll was saying, I think I know what you mean. When I first played the demo of Pit People at the Behemoth booth, they made a custom controller that was huge, looks like a fighting game setup, and you had this big stick you pulled down to confirm your movement. Oh god, yes, that was so good! I think they still take it with them to events and stuff. Yeah, and you're right that physical, like, clunk was a lot more satisfying than pushing the Y button to confirm. I guess that's one of the things that... Oh, new map! I guess that's one of the examples I wanted to give for, like, experience to taste, you know what I mean? Oh, what's this? Right to the skies with the power of lightning! Harpoon can now channel electricity. Fecking yes. Oh, well, now that is cool. And Toll, I miss PAX as well. Like, I'm happy to wait.
Oh, brother.
Hey, what's up, buddy? I'm happy to wait, but... Also, we saved some people. Ah, my feeties! Piece of shit. There's something up there. Sorry, bear with me a second. There's something... Agonanarchy, no, too soon, friend. Sorry, Agonanarchy saying, well, last year was considerably unconventional. Get out. Oh yeah, Salem, the dive kick controllers as well. This was a glorious experience. But a toll, like, it's gonna... Oh, that's not... Oh, that is not good. Oh, God! I just wanted to talk about PAX! Bloody hell! Bleed Nora. Traitor's Mask, a piece of the Tamtak intact, holds dangerous power. Now we know how to do lightning! I just wanted to say something nice about PAX. Just that, you know, when it's safe to do so, I'm looking forward to seeing as many of you there as we can. It's going to be rad. Oh, look at this. Our little quarters. We've got some books. Got some plants. A nice little place just for all of our goodies. I might come back. See how you're feeling. Ooh. Ooh. So I can use that to make ammo. Lovely. Alright, food time! Because I am starving. My children need wine! You right up here? Everyone doing good? Hey, in the bloody hell are you? Oh, I'm so happy to show you! These tones. Dark blue. Shades! Faced by castaways at the Dead Sea. A strange tailor designed the outfit. It's a bit dark, but I like it. Now the people of Terraphage will recognize us all. Yay? Question mark? Alright. Friend of the seas, what have you brought me? 2 necklaces and a good bone. I'll take it. Off you go. More bones, please. Oh, we got a lookout now. That's cool. Tell me, Beardman, what do your elf eyes see? So steel vitality again. Generates electricity through harpoon combat. Harpoon combat! Bim, 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 bim. I'm gonna get harpoon combat. Let's do this. And Agananaki, I do know what you mean. Oh, cool. Got the Raiden lightning hat. I can make this work. Sorry, it was me losing my train of thought there. I do apologise. I was going to add that you're right. A lot of people are going to be trying to make up for lost time, and there's going to be a lot of people pushing themselves to do a lot of events and conventions. What I'm trying to do is not stress myself out this year. I'm trying to work out the exact go point. Because I got so stressed last year trying to work out whether or not I was going to be doing GDC. Like, I lost a bunch of money on flights and stuff. And in the end, it didn't end up happening. So this year, I'm just not going to stress about it. If I get FOMO, I get FOMO, it happens, but I have the following year, you know what I mean? You know, if PAX West happens, it's in my backyard, so at least I have that. But the thing that I don't want to do is leap into conventions before things are safe to do so and become part of the problem, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, we're both going to have to plan for patience. But that's okay. Have some more map. See, it's interesting because it says we've got one more fragment of the map to find, but we've got sections crossed off to us. Interesting. Oh, cool. There's some floating teleporting monks there. Cool. Let's go make some monk friends. The Royal Domain. That sounds lovely. And Dreamer, I'm with you there. I really hope some of this stuff stays online because if anything we've seen out of the last year is there is a genuine want for online events. I've seen a bunch of digi-conventions held in, I believe, Gathertown or Gather, where, if you haven't seen it, it looks like a JRPG, like an old school 16-bit. But as you move closer to another character, it connects you into a video call, so people can physically show you their booth and stuff, or show you their game, and I'm feckin' down for it. I mean, the great thing that came out of 2020 is the understood value now of digital communities. Like, here we all are, hanging out on a Thursday evening, talking about video gamies or what have you. And I guess for those of us who have been in, like, online communities for a long time, or have been in, like, community management and stuff, the value of digital communities is obvious. But for a lot of people, this has been the first year where they've had to rely on that as part of their social group. And I'm not saying 2020 was good, but it did a lot to show people who didn't understand the value in stuff like what we do here. The conversations we have, the games we share, the stories we banter around. You know what I mean? Aganagi's saying, I like how it gets more people to participate without needing to go into debt. Yes, the cost and time factor are a big proponent of that. I only got to start going to PAXs and things like that because my company sent me. But that's another story. That's another story. Alright, let's explore a little bit of this. Oh, charming.
Non farà. Non farà di avrà di ognuno.
Wellity, wellity, wellity.
Prima la gallina.
Hey, mate.
Via, magno budino.
If you fall in love with a local lass, then good on you, buddy. Just, you know, don't start a war with them, if that's all right. Ooh. All right. In we go. Toll saying Twitch and Discord have been my MVPs of lockdown, of pandemic. I'm like, I hope in a small way I've been able to help. You know what I mean? I love doing this, and I was doing it before. I'm gonna be doing it after. I'm very much of the I'm gonna be here as long as this lot want to keep me. Okay, we can't get up on there. Stealth mode. Whoa. I don't think he saw me. Okay. So somehow I've got to get into there. I'd love a challenge. Sorry! It. Okay, I have. You know what? I think I might be past the point where I can do stealth sections with your lovely selves. Oh, I'm Jack Meir. I'm real glad. Toll God. I've been streaming as an individual for coming up on 3 years. It'd be 3 years this April. I did live streaming for like the Creative Assembly. I did some for Rocketworks, mostly behind the scenes for that one. My previous job was running a Twitch channel. Grumble, grumble, grumble. It's all right. I said farewell to my bitterness and rage last year. I mean, I'm still gonna call Jimothy shitbones, but that's another story. Anyway, sorry. So yeah, I've been full-time professional for, yeah, nearly 3 years. But like I said, I had a grounding in it from working at the Creative Assembly and some other places, so I didn't just throw myself at it. Agonanarchy, I'm glad it has as well. Like, I'm real glad. I'm still sorry about this morning, like, I just let dumb shit get on top of me, and that's on me, yo. You lot put a lot of time and care and money into the stuff that we do here, keeping my dumb ass alive, and I do feel guilty when I have mornings where I let their nonsense get the better of me. But I went out, got some air, came back, and I was like, fucking yes. Well, and check me saying quasi-community is better during isolation. Well, I think it's just like community is community. No, okay, that sounded super wanky. Let me have another run up at that one as I kind of ran straight into the wall with that comment. What I mean is, we've had these friendships and relationships with people online for the longest of times, and it's very hard to demonstrate to people that haven't lived and grown up in online communities how valuable those friendships are. I don't get to hang out with you lot in the real, but like I talk about your stories to other people, like people I know in the real and down the pub. I've actually been struggling with how to phrase this well, because like Strags and I have talked about parasocial relationships multiple times. A fascinating thing of our more modern world. If you're not familiar with the title, the TLDR is a parasocial relationship is when you develop part of an emotional attachment to an individual even though you don't have a direct back and forth. It's often referred to by people who are fans of like big YouTubers or content creators or what have you, that because they spend so much time watching their content, interacting, being involved, they develop this parasocial relationship. But I mean, maybe it's just the way that I discuss, maybe it's because there's so many of you in here that I know in the real, but it doesn't feel in that manner. Like, I often tell people if they want to come and chat, like, come into the stream and have a conversation, because this is honestly where I might be at my most cohesive. But I don't consider a lot of this to be parasocial. You know, I know that if we did a big old long ship meet somewhere, that we'd get on and it'd be able to chat and hang out, you know what I mean? Anyway, that's my thought and feels on it. I think there's always been this great value in digital communities, especially to people who are isolated because of geography or health reasons or a myriad of whatevers. Hell, I could still tell you tales. I could still tell you tales of adventure from my Ultima Online role-playing server. Not my server, the server I was a part of. And how much of an important part those ended up playing in myself, essentially. Do you know what I mean? God, sorry, I'm in full natter mode. So I tell you what, we're about to hit 7 p.m. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring our adventures today to something of a close. Actually, let me find a background in this so I can read the credits on. Oh, it's not going to be here. Oh god, I just killed something. I just killed something and I don't know what I killed. Oh, we'll go up into there. Later. Oh yeah, okay, we can go to... So Toll was adding that they were a community manager for certain types in previous jobs, and I realised that I really missed that aspect of my life. So instead of doing it for work now, I do it for personal reasons on Twitch. I mean, that's grand. I've spoken about this a fair wedge in the past, but honestly, I do more community management stuff since becoming a full-time streaming Egypt than back when it was my title was community manager. But that might be due to bureaucracy rather than necessarily the trade. But I tell you what, I am going to pick a slightly more upbeat tune. And I will find a lovely Mother Hubbard for us to crash into, because, like, Toll... Like, thank you for bringing your crew in here for this evening. Sorry, that was me. Okay, yeah, you can tell I'm drifting off into the mystical future. Okay, friends, if you ever need to chat nonsense like this or banter, we have the Longship, we have the Discord. It's successfully become more than just the average kind of tacked on. I have a Discord because of reasons, and that makes me genuinely happy. Agonanarchy, just Agonanarchy was saying they made a friend in Australia back in the 90s on a role-playing game. Even managed to visit each other a couple of times. Oh, that's way cool. That's fucking way cool. And Naboohead, DJ's currently playing Hades, which I have not gotten the chance to get stuck into, so I'm going to be avoiding that one. Yeah. I think I'm going to roll credits, thank all the lovely people that are keeping my dumb ass alive, and then I will yoke you around. Feg, Joe Cat's playing just classic Mario Land. I go say hello. Okay, but first things first. Friends, I am kept upright by all of your lovely selves, be it just hanging out, be it chats here or yoking bits or however. So, I can't say enough thank yous for that. I'm going to keep trying, and maybe one day I'll make it. I highly doubt it. But seriously, all of you yoking bits in, you are keeping us alive. So to Quasimoto, Punspector, Bacon Avenger, J-Post, Anonymous Cheerers, Asari Greenfire, Vanderbeest and Mechanoel, thank you all. You are glorious Mother Hubbards to a person. Your moderators today was a full feckin' compliment. So to Caffeine, Lizzie T. Powell, Rhymes and Moose and Tarlicus, thank you all. You'll do a grand job. Periosi Terror. To Gan and Dorf, surely not Joshua, and Dead Demise, thank you for following, and I hope we get to chat some more. And whether you were hunted or celebrating sprees or otherwise, to Flaccid Yam, Ninja Falcon, AR, the Rikami, Dacdolan, Plunge, Wyvern Flame, and Dinsdale, sincerely, thank you all. Like, we have people just casually throwing around 20 months like it's no big deal. I'm once again spoilt for lovely Mother Hubbards. Okay. So, the two I'm looking at right now, I'm looking at, Joe Cat's doing Yoshi's Island with a tiny baby. But also, someone who I've personally watched a lot, who goes by Wobbles, is playing Hunter Rainworld, which if you haven't seen is Rainworld's kind of sort of score attack, sort of heartbreaking side story. And I can't decide. I do like hanging out with Joe, but oh boy, it's busy in there. You know what I mean? Decisions. Marlon Brando was so very handsome in his prime. I'd bake an awesome cop if I could stop committing crime. I don't know what we're talking about. You know what? I think I am toast, dear friends. So I tell you what. Find a lovely stream. Tell them of our exploits. Tell them of the peoples we are. No, don't do that. That would be a jerk move. Friends, have a lovely rest of your evening. I think I'm going to tap out. I'll see you all tomorrow. Blackout Club on a Friday. Blep us on Discord. And whatever you do this evening, look after yourself, friends. Anyway, aren't you and I go back I'm terrible at outros. It's well known. Oh, I see you.